Button mashing!
Button mashing! Oh, fuck off, Georges! Hex is fine! And Fearless, first! I told them that you texted me the Hex will never be the same again. I responded with, don't do this to me, I can't afford therapy. Which you responded, soup is the only therapy you'll need. No one knows how funny we are.
God, when was that? Was that Thursday?
Probably.
It was yesterday. Oh, no, it was yesterday. Oh, yeah, it was 1 a.m. I was drunk as shit.
Well, very quickly, Fearless, you are now at 5. Aeon is at 3, and then everyone else is at 2 and 1. So, Fearless, this might be your grab. But yeah, Dorcas, Mental Monk, Bookworm, Fearless, Watto, and welcome. Memnull Season 2 continues. What's gonna happen? I don't fucking know. Little Fire.
I do.
Watto, and welcome. Also, if you missed last night's Sea of Thieves, it boiled down to the roast of Will. Because apparently everyone was doing hot girl shit last night. So Ems was the only person who signed up to do Sea of Thieves. Little Fire popped into chat, and I was like, oh shit, I've been wanting to do stream stuff with Little Fire for ages. I joked like, you want to jump on Sea of Thieves? And they were like, oh, actually, can I get it on PS5? Sure, job's good. What then happened was basically like 3 hours of the roast of Will Overguard featuring Ems and Little Fire.
I popped in for a little bit of that. It was intermittent between me prepping for Memnull, so.
Yeah.
I
just got savaged. And the first thing, I got up, making coffee, decided to check TikTok. First thing I see is Little Fire had clipped. Just, again, me getting savaged. And what's happening in the comments of that video? Ems and Little Fire, Savage and Will.
As one is what to do.
Mental Monk keeps you humble. That's a good point. You'll never have to worry about me getting a fucking ego on. Oh, also, friends, please do let me know, like, music levels, Baron's audio levels, that kind of thing. We've been experimenting with different ways of doing, like, the music and stuff like that, so. And Bookworm, there isn't actually an equivocant of Girl Scout cookies international, and it's a crime. You can't get Samoans in the UK. You can't.
It's Samoans in some of the US. Because some of the cookies are regional.
Oh! I didn't know.
Yeah, there's certain, back in Nebraska, we had, I think it was the peanut butter cookies for Girl Scouts, and you can't get them out here. So yeah, entirely just region-based. And it's strictly because they get them through a company, and the company specifically has regions that it delivers to from its different factories. And so certain factories only make certain cookies.
Well, that makes sense. Thin Mints are one of the universal ones though, right?
Yeah, Thin Mints, and there's a couple of them that are they're just everywhere. But I think samosas are one of the...
Okay.
You can't get whenever.
But yes, Wraith, Dustin, Watto, and welcome. We've only just gotten started, and you've got a good while till we crack open the floodgates on more Memnull. So, welcome to the preamble, I guess.
I apologize to Will, but I'm going to apologize to all of you as well. If I am sniffly, I am sorry. I am at the tail end of a cold.
As I said, this lot have put up with me all week, so...
Yes, the 7-bit counter is still borked, although we theoretically will have a new one for the tower.
The tower's going to be very different, though.
Yeah.
Sorry, Baron and I were talking about the tower before we got started. And I hope you lot will consider signing up. Like, the serendipity of the sheer amount of things that I am bringing together, and all the cool shit that Baron's been coming up with, and all of it, it's gonna be so good. Sorry, if you're wondering what the tower's gonna be, it's a D&D game show that we're gonna be doing after Season 2 is concluded. And you'll be able to sign up. Every person's given the same character sheet, and the goal is simple. Escape the tower.
I just talked something off my desk and I have no idea what. We may never know.
Like this, it's got kind of like a Parisian coffee shop kind of vibe right now. Just a hint of mischief.
This is Lost Whaler's Love.
Oh.
Speaking of which, this is a good time for us to plug it so that we can keep doing this. This music is made by Music D20 on Patreon. Go check them out. Good shit.
No,
right, yeah. Similar concept to volleyball, but it'll be individual people rather than teams.
There'll be a lot more to it. But, hey! John, you mother hubbard, how are you doing? Welcome and welcome. This is our before starting D&D preamble. How are you? John and I LARPed together a million moons ago.
Oh, Jesus.
95th foot and mouth. In, out, dead quick, I believe, was our war chant.
I've never done a proper LARP.
Well, Tobias is running the Dystopia Rising stuff around this way. So, if I touch wood, if I survive GDC, we'll get a squad together. Oh god, J-Post, I'm so sorry. J-Post just got back from doing family tech support. The freshest of hell.
Once I moved out here, at some point, I finally put my foot down about that because my mom called or texted me asking me like something about the router, and I sent her a link to the website letmegooglethatforyou.com. And because what you can do is you can in letmegooglethatforyou.com, you type in what you would Google, it generates a link. You send them that link. When they click on it, it has a mouse cursor. Go up, click on Google, type it out, and then hit search.
That's glorious.
She never asked me for tech support ever again.
Like, tech support's hard at the best of times, and also not getting paid for it.
Plus family.
Ugh.
No, thank you.
Why do paladins wear chainmail? Because it's holy armor.
Oh. Get out. And then please come back, but get out. Thank you for the bits. Feckin' terrors. But jumping back, so like Wraith, I guess so. Like, Baron and I didn't sit down and talk about it, but there was rumblings about turning the Infinite Dungeon, aka Ultimate Slap Fight, into like a Balu Bowl type thing. And then I got obsessed with the tower idea, and then ran back to Baron like, oh, I want to do a thing. And well, you'll get to see for yourself here at some point.
Because yeah, we only used like a fraction of the rooms that were submitted to the Changing Labyrinth.
Huh, Wraith, that is a kind of an interesting way of looking at it. I guess the thing with the tower is it can run as long or as short as y'all are interested in. You know, with the Balu Bowl, that was like one day, one big event. And I mean, we did, what, 2 rounds of the Balu Bowl?
Yeah.
That, some of those days were exhausting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, Mental Monk. Thank you.
Slap Fight is officially coming to Scotland. What? Elaborate.
Oh, is this the competitive slapping?
Oh yeah, I forgot that's a real thing.
That's so wild.
Some of those guys, like when you see them take a hit, you're like, I would be on the ground.
Yes.
And I would not get knocked out.
There are many things that I would, you know, potentially participate in. Cheese rolling, for example. Slap fight? Nah.
I'll grab that. Thank you very much. I proclaim as the current Shah, an underground railroad that does nothing but transport Girl Scout cookies across regions should be a thing.
Little underground Girl Scout smuggling ring. Fucking yo.
At some point, I actually found out who made Girl Scout cookies, and that you could just buy them year-round. And I made myself delete that because I'm like, no, I live in Seattle where weed is legal. Yeah. I cannot have this knowledge.
That's how you become a human sphere. That's too much power. Soul Splitter John, my mate from a million years ago of LARPing, they're doing the G, which is the Gathering. And as LARPs go, I haven't been to it since the plague, but it's basically like all these different factional meetings all coming together once a year. And like there's actually guild tents and NPCs and shit. It's great. Pitched battles. It's good fun. I don't know how it is these days, but the one thing it has is, unlike a lot of the US LARPs, you can get shithoused and fight people. It's not only allowed, it's encouraged.
Nice.
It is also weirdly a family event, so you have to be careful of kids, because kids are invincible. So you can get little roaming bands of little muggers who come over and fucking wail on your knees. Kids plot.
I'm just imagining what I think it was a Skyrim mock video where someone's like, "Wait, I can't kill children," and then it just shows them running into battle with like a kid on their front, a kid on their back, a kid like over their head, one on each arm, just like I'm invincible.
There was one bullshit move that happened with this where one faction, who shall remain nameless, voted to have their new ruler be somebody's daughter. This little, 6-year-old girl. Because you couldn't kill her. You couldn't use, super murder techniques. You couldn't, use... Because the hook with that system is that when you're at the big meetups, the Great Adraean Fair or the Gathering, you can't be killed. There's, the mages basically go in ahead of time and they set up, a healing field. So if you get fucking shanked in the night, then your wounds will stitch up, you know. It's the ritual of peace. But, if you're clever, there's ways around it. But you can't use those on a child.
No. I never want children, but I also don't want to hurt children. I just don't want to be around them. We're fine. I'd be fine over there.
God, given the opportunity, I'd just do that, It's Always Sunny. It's just me just fighting 15 toddlers, just... BFG Division plays in the background as I chuck a 10-year-old at a 12-year-old. Leave you all with that mental image.
Not to completely change the subject, but I'm getting ink later this month.
Ooh. I might be... Depending on how I'm doing tomorrow, I might be very fiscally irresponsible, and I might finally go get my next, the Rainworld tattoo that I've been talking about for thousands of years.
Nice. No, I'm getting this whole sleeve done.
Yes!
I'm very excited.
I've been... Okay, because one of my goals was always to get, like, more tattoos based on stuff we've done around the Longship. And I'm seriously considering getting an Elden Ring tat. Specifically, I think I'm going to get Melania's Mark, because it's kind of simple, but... So it means it's cheap. But also, like... I don't know, that fight took me 540 tries. I feel like I've owned it.
Yeah.
540 tries because I was stubborn.
Yeah.
I won't throw in any spoilers, but as of this week, we did the big fight from the Elden Ring DLC is done. And for that, we used the power of friendship, because everyone's least favorite toxic twink, if they're allowed to use superpowers, then so am I. Just my power is friendship and extreme violence.
Yeah. For most of those games, I've always done I want to beat it once by myself, and then after that, I don't give a shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, until Sekiro, that was how I did it. Because I played them shitloads before getting to hang out with the Longship. But Elden Ring was the first one where everyone else had played it before me. So, like, I am the last person, I guess, to finish Elden Ring.
I haven't. I bounced off it real hard at some point because I just finished. What did I just finished? Oh, Lies of P. So I was just like, nope, I'm done with Souls-likes.
That's a lot of game.
Yeah.
And, like... Considering we haven't finished it, we've still got the last... Oh no.
Speaking of children, I remember some random magic item text from years ago. +1 teddy bear of protection. Made by a mage for their child, grants what it says to anyone in possession of the item. Just...
Big burly paladin charging into battle with Pookie strapped to their shield. Ha! That's pretty good. And also, like, friends, thank you for the bits. You know, keeps my ass alive, and I'm very, very grateful for him. That is heckin' adorable. I mean, what is the point of playing a paladin in tabletop if you're not going to do some kind of weird subversion?
Yeah. Paladins are just like the lawyers of the religious sect.
Yeah.
Like, technically, I haven't broken my oath yet.
Technically. Warlocks being the mischievous children, kind of occasionally looking over at their patron and being like, are we good? Are we good? Cool.
Pelt Susie with a snowball. You okay with that? Oh, you thought it was funny. All right. More snowballs.
God, yeah. But, yeah, on Elden Ring, we broke 300 hours in our playthrough. That's the base game and the DLC. And we've still got the last main dungeon of the base game and whatever the fuck comes after that. I haven't looked it up. I don't know. I assume it's just going to be a sentient, gigantic middle finger just fighting me.
Uh-huh.
Jesus. Bookworm says, and I quote, I played a paladin who was a flower leshy wielding a Lucian hammer, 3 times her height, who referred to most other species as meat creatures. Like to convert them into enemies via feeding them oatcakes with honey. I mean, it's not breaking your oath if you don't consider them people. They're meat creatures. Oh, yeah. Usually when someone says, I played a paladin, that's the point where I try not to let anything show in my face, but I realize that I've just been trapped in conversation. I just kind of, internally I'm like, oh god, you're about to tell me a long story about how you set up the rules of your character. God help me.
Yeah. I was briefly running a game for some people, and somebody had never played before. Like, it was her first D&D.
Okay.
And I was like, awesome. So like, I sat her down and like explained to her all the characters, all the classes, and I'm like, and you know, personally, I like Warlocks both as a player and as the DM, because I get to mess with you. She's like, That one. I was like, I like you. She's like, just fuck with me. I don't give a shit. I'm like, awesome. I'm gonna do it.
Love it. Love it. I mean, again, you'll know my philosophy, which is like, it's all about who you're playing alongside. Like, it's like the system can change, the way you can use characters and stuff like that can change. But sometimes it's exhausting.
Yeah. I do really like the idea of the all one class parties. Those are fun. Because technically, like, you could have like a 7-person party and they're all just different clerics. They just worship different gods.
Cleric Squad in color.
No, actually, somebody at some point, there was a story on somewhere that I saw of they ran an all cleric party and the DM could not kill them. Like, towards the end of it, the DM was like, "No, I'm gonna kill one of you," and fucking couldn't.
Fucking yo.
I think the DM ended up having to like curse one of them to kill them. Like, had given them an irremovable curse, and then just like it slowly withered their house down. Go cleric rangers.
Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, so yeah, so friends, you've still got a little bit of time if you want to go grab snacks and beverages, get settled in. It's we're in the, I guess, the green room holding party. It does look like Meebot has not done its job.
Of course not.
Of course not. Sorry,
There's been some
Dinobot.
Discord bots that have gotten down, like the dice roller that I use for one of the servers I run, just like broke for half a day.
Yeah.
The Pharaohs was a party of elite clerics framed for a heresy they didn't commit, broke out of prison and fled to the Underdark. Now, if you know the right person, you might be able to call on the Prey team. Oh god, that means one of the clerics is just a Mr. T knockoff.
Fuck, that's good.
Just, I heal the fool.
That's so good. I ain't getting no damn portal.
That theme just with the Latin chants.
I don't think it's even a bet to say there's gotta be like a bardcore or like a Gregorian version of the A-Team theme. I know if I Google that shit, I'm gonna find it. Oh yeah, and wait, what the hell?
I found a bardcore version of the Pokemon theme.
Oh, nice. Apparently, the first official Slapfight event in Glasgow was cancelled.
Oh no.
Oh, Alnus, that's good. I love it when a ritual comes together. The thing is, it's got the perfect name. I do wonder if anyone's claimed it already, because if no one's made the Prey team, oh, they might get some weird search results on that one. Don't Google that. Don't Google that.
Turn on safe search before Googling. Oh, look, looks like they might have found it.
There's the theme.
Yep, there you go. Sometimes Rule 34 is help, or no, it's 33.
30. Well, I mean, the rule 34 of Prey Team is taking a bit of a horse before the cart situation, but would exist.
I guess, is it 33 that if you think of it, it exists on the internet, and 34 is if it exists, there's
There's porn of it, yeah. Yeah. There's a subsection which is with 34 that if it doesn't exist, you are then honor bound to create it.
Yes. No, you haven't set any goals.
Yet. We're still
that
in...
was actually going to be agenda number one on
Yeah.
once we get going.
We're still in kind
discuss
of
it now.
holding pattern and whatnot. But, so Legend, what was your suggestion for goals? Oh, excuse me.
Well, they do that. My final caffeination is... It's fun, just kind of blends in. I'm going to go grab cider.
Whoop, whoop. I'm just waiting to see if Dinobot does its bloody job, or if I have to stab it in the EEPROM. Do we have 2 previous goals? Let me bring up Emberlin's details. Alright. Bio and info. Oh, there we go. Wait, no. Where'd I bloody write it?
Where did you write it? Oh, you did.
Magical tattoo is still there.
I think that was the only goal you had.
Legend says, end an encounter with someone on fire. Bonus points if it isn't the enemy. Ooh. Vengeful Pyromaniac might kind of come into play with that one, because we've burned some people, but we've been very specific about who.
Yeah. Today's opening cider is Excelsior Heroes.
Ooh, Excelsior!
I had a craving for mac and cheese today, so I went to the store, grabbed mac and cheese and this as well, and then proceeded to eat an entire box of mac and cheese by myself.
I like that, according to mac and cheese, I'm a family of one. I like that.
Also, realistically, a box, like a blue box Kraft mac and cheese, it's only like 800 calories.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday, and the whole thing of, for things that aren't very good for you, one of the ways that companies get around it is by claiming that it's more than one serving. When Solon was round, I gave him one of the Fallout energy drinks that I've got, and these things are fucking massive. They're like 20-ounce tall boys or some shit. And we're looking on the back of it, and it's like, oh, this isn't too bad. Like, in terms of, like, amount of caffeine and sugar and stuff like that, which I found quite confusing, because I've had 2 of them so far. One of them caused me to go to space, and the other one was, like, pre-workout. I damn near had the fucking ants under my skin. I was like, that's weird. And then we worked out, because they do the measure per serving. And in their mind, 1 can is 3 servings.
Yeah.
Cheeky bastards. Ah, and to the flaccid yam, Watto, and welcome. Coming in, friend, coming in. You have done murder. Now come join us for adventure.
Odd mariachi bands. For a while in high school, I worked for a reception hall.
Yeah.
Did, like, weddings and stuff. And we would often we have people that were like working security / staffing the place, and then I would come in after the party if we had like a party on a Friday and a party on a Saturday, and we'd flip.
Okay.
And so every year we had a planning meeting, or every 6 months we had a planning meeting of like who wants to work at what event. And people would all sign up for events, and then at the end, once they had committed, our boss would announce which ones had mariachi bands, because we all fucking hated them. It's the same 3 songs on repeat, and they're loud as shit.
That's fucking funny. That's fucking funny.
From murdery to nerdery, the Mel story.
God, that's the documentary. It's like, me sitting in a fucking chair with a beret, smoking a thin cigarette. When I first got involved with Memnon, I was really starting to find myself in the ways of D&D.
It cuts to me just like slamming whiskey.
I want to imagine it Garth Marenghi style. It's like it was a TV show in the 80s or something. I know dungeon masters who use subtext and they're all cowards.
I just like the juxtaposition of you being like all artsy about it, and I'm like, I got really drunk and I was like, this will be funny.
I always forget the bloke's name, but he was in the IT crowd as well, and he plays like the alter during the interviews, and then in actual episodes of Dark Place, he's the one who's a fucking mess. All right, forgive me, I got to do it for my phone, otherwise I fuck up our streaming setup. But I will. Here we go. Copy text.
The key to a good tabletop. Surprise pirates. Shh. No secrets, Wraith. God.
That's your first book. Murder from clowns to kobolds, the Memnol story. That's pretty good. Oh shit, Memnol's knife. Oh my god.
Oh, do you also use Dino? That's what fucked up yesterday.
Yeah, it worked for us yesterday for the go live, but everything's been shaky this week.
Yeah, that's what I use for the Shadow League of Storytellers. And we have a daily initiative roll channel where you just roll for initiative every day.
Ah. So no one got initiative yesterday.
Like, not until like 8 p.m. And at that point, like. Hannah is dead, the Memnol story.
They're fine.
I've killed your favorite character, your Memnol story.
Special dedication to Smithers. Fuck you guys.
No, the forward is written by Smithers.
Alright. I'll allow it if it's by Smithers Parrot. When I joined the Memnol cast, I was just an up-and-coming Kakar. I didn't really have much to my name, but soon I'd be hurtled into stardom. Smithers Parrot. Oh no.
I had a farm animal fix my computer. It just needed a little RAM.
That hurt. That hurt. That hurt. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the joke. Welcome to Memnol. Fucking terrors. Oh, okay. Actually, that is a genuinely good title. Doom be upon thee. Gaslighting for tabletop. A Memnol instructional guide. And numbers Watto and welcome. I'm doing real good. Got coffee in my system. Ready to roll some dice. Hoping that, much like last week, the good rolls will continue. Because I don't know what was going. Sorry, not last week, last session. Time travel's real. I was rolling real good last time.
Yeah, that was really weird. Oh. What was the... I was scrolling through TikTok on my lunch break the other day.
Yeah.
And it was... I'm trying to remember the whole joke. So a guy's having a costume party.
Yeah.
And this dude walks in in just normal clothes with a woman on his back. Like arms around neck, legs around waist. And it starts wandering around. The host is like, "Who's it?" And he walks up and says, "Excuse me, who are you?" He's like, "Oh, I'm Dave." And he's like, "Well, what are you doing here?" "Hey, this is a costume party." He's like, "Yeah, I know, I'm a snail." He's like, "No, you're not a snail. You're just some dude in regular clothing with a woman on your back." He's like, "Hey, that's not a woman on my back. That's Michelle."
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I'm surrounded by villains. I'm surrounded by villains.
Clowns and Dukes, how to focus your player's murder hobo tendencies. Give them a common enemy.
A person broke into my house and took a dozen eggs and left a pan of warm water. Looks like they were poachers.
Hang the fuck on! Firstly, Ehrman, it's your birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
What the fuck? Okay. So I think we know who the R's gonna be for the rest of tonight. Fucking hell! It's the cat. It's the cat is Jarl. Holy shit!
It wouldn't be the start of a Memnol if we didn't break Will.
What the fuck?
Numbers
Fucking-
with... Honestly, stealing eggs in this economy makes a lot of sense. And sense.
Judgmental deer saw that and approves. Fuck. It's just a little judgmental deer, just hanging out in the back. Holy fuck. Ehrman. Huge thank you. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Can you see more with Gorgeous Kitty? Yes, this is Whisper. He has no thoughts.
Look at that little face. Let's make this about Whisper. I'm just gonna try and process. My son.
He's a kitty cat.
He's just so happy to be here.
He's purring, for the record.
Oh. And also, Ehrman, what the fuck?
Whisper Kitty is best kitty.
Aww. Lyris, thank you as well. Holy shit! Just focus on the cat. What's
this paw doing?
This is tonal whiplash in real time.
Also, what ho Vikings? Memna let's go.
Yeah. It is a Memnol day. Fuck. Lyris, thank you. Ehrman, again, holy shit. Friends, and again, please join me in wishing Ehrman a fucking happy birthday. Fuck. I'm sorry, yeah, just... Holy fuck. I thought I was ready today. I am not. Scott and Alaska Watto and welcome. Come on in.
Also, I love Alnus with not a single thought behind those eyes. Also the kitty.
Is it break will time again?
I don't know. I'm not in charge of this. Thank you. Oh, fucking Dustin. God damn it. Tonal whiplash, it's how we start the show. I know babies. Don't observe me in my moment of shame. Amateur! I was ready for Memnol. I wasn't ready for all of you. Fucking hell. Okay. Bookworm, Lyris, and especially Ehrman. Thank you. You'll know, like, that's literally how this whole thing keeps going. I'm sorry we don't have the Memnol bit counter. What the fuck?
I was doing dishes and heard mess with Will.
What the fuck? Sorry, J-Post. Holy shit, thank you! We've had a blue bit. We've had a red bit. We've had a teal bit. We've had a purple bit. Sounds like I'm starting to do a Chumbawamba thing now I say it out loud. J-Post, holy shit! Thank you. Holy shit. And Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass and all. One of my highlights this week was doing a dramatic retelling of Chumbawamba. Whisper not giving a single solitary heck. Just happy to be here with the cuddles. Fucking YOLO.
You shouldn't be able to do this with a cat.
This is just baby. So, sorry, the tonal whiplash between, like, longship flavoured nonsense and then Whisper stealing the show. And Graz, how are you, friend? What and welcome. This is our preamble before we start D&D. Whisper the Kitty is here showing off, and these lot are breaking my tiny brain. How are you? Sorry, friends. Do give Brazcore a follow. They are an exceptional chiptunesian smith. Yeah, Graz, I saw you were back streaming today. I got to kind of like lurk for a little bit before I got started with this. But yeah, friends, please, please, please give Graz a follow. You won't regret it. They make the bleep bloops good.
Bleeps and bloops.
They make the bleeps and the bloops. Okay.
It's real.
Okay.
What do you have to say to people? Says Sniff. Like, you shouldn't be able to just do this with a cat.
Whisper's just so happy to be here. Oh, bye-bye. Yeah, Alnus, bleeps and bloops. That's how good Graz is. No, but seriously, friends, do give Graz a follow. Their tunes are exceptional. You throw the bloops for free? I knew there was a reason we were friends. And yeah, Graz, I mean, you probably know the pitch by now. It's Memnol, Baron's running the campaign, me and you lot get to decide what we're up to. We're getting towards the end of season 2. You said like 1 or 2 sessions, maybe?
Yeah.
I'm
I
scared.
think it's probably going to be 2 if counting this one. So this one and probably 1 more.
Okay. Oh.
Just scritches.
Alright, so this lot have stopped being massive terrors. I just want to say once again, like, thank you all. I can never tell when the Longship are going to go hard. I can never tell. So, thank you all, alright?
Sorry, just making sure Whisper isn't going to knock over my green screen.
One of these days, I'm expecting Whisper to kind of jump on the back of it.
Well, because right now it's currently strung up with some twine between a curtain rod and a tripod.
Alright. I'm going to nip to the loo very quickly, and then let's fucking get to it. Should we see if I can get through a whole introduction without breaking something? It's technically possible.
It is.
Right.
Copy.
Hello, babies.
Torchless. Now's the time. Go, go, go. Break him more. Cat got too warm and fled somewhere. Brought up? I do, mostly. Mostly just amazed Will hasn't noticed something that I've done in Roll20 yet. Gonna pair those kitty cat ear headphones. Like this. That way, happy catless. True. Will wear anything or why wear? That's the question. Cool, that's good.
Oh, okay. Once again, just everybody, thank you for being lovely. It's nice getting to pay rent and eat. I'm quite used to being able to do both. It's lovely.
I will also take a quick bio break before we get going, but before I do that, is it weird that when I saw Calcium Bonio's leg hanging over the edge of the couch, I half expected it to have like an ankle monitor on?
He does look like he's done crimes.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Roger, roger. Okie dokie. Oh, so gross. I didn't know you'd seen a few Memnals so far. I will take this opportunity to once again hype up the tower because I'm very excited by it. So yeah, I hope all of you will consider signing up for a session. It's good. It's gonna be fucking fun. It's gonna be fun. Baron showed me a little bit of what scheming has taken place already, and I'm just like, it's gonna be fun. The mischief will be most pronounced. Yes. To Flaccid Yam, Baron mentioned that, and it would be an honor. When said scribblings will take place is another discussion, but would be fucking cool. Yeah, aside from Memnol-related glorious nonsense, I don't have anything else spicy going on right now. I need to start some new shows because I'm running out of cool shit to watch. And we were joking yesterday that I throw myself at Metal Gear Solid games drunk. Like those people that believe they can do like the punching wall when they're shithoused. I did actually succeed last night.
Life shenanigans keep getting in the way of me watching Memnal, so once again I must drive by Dono, but I can't wait to listen to this over the course of the next week.
Like, I'm not misreading that! What the shit?!
Drink water, people. The Jarl is almost dead.
Yeah, no shit! Everyone's hanging on by a thread. Just got hit by the... I guess a drive-by howitzer. What the fuck? I wasn't tempting fate. I just...
I'm tempting fate. I think you're all done.
Holy fucking shit. Sorry, AR, while you're zipping past before I descend into incoherent cussing and... thank you. Holy shit, thank you. That is a huge chunk of change, and it's going to be... thank you. Thank you so much, alright? Now to process! Holy fuck! Holy fuck.
Holy fuck.
Holy fuck. When thank you is not nearly enough, Jesus H. Pissing hell. I just got my shit together. I got myself composed. Holy fuck. I cursed so hard I pulled a happy pie out of a lurk. Fuck! I think that's I forgot how to speak there. Fucking hell, you lot.
Holy fuck, is that required to make an ASMR?
You know what I mean? That is a fucking massive amount of cash.
Also, I think technically that's divine coitus.
On it. Oh, it would remember all that total whiplash. If you're new here, like, bits and donations are how I pay the rent, how I feed the guinea pigs and myself. Like, it's not going on a mound of Gundam kits made of cocaine. So it's a big fucking deal. And thank you. Thank you.
Cocaine is edible, right? Yeah, totally.
Totally. Not that we would ever condone the use of
once.
illegal substances on this Twitch.television.
It's made of cocaine is the name of my band.
You can have that one for free. Jesus fucking... Just AR and Ehrman and J-Post and Lyrus and all of you. Holy crap, thank you. Oh. Hey, Will, why does it take so long to get started with Mendel? Well, funny story. How do we even start saying thank you for that? And every time I look over to the main screen, it's just fart joke in all in caps.
I was wondering if you noticed that yet.
And you know what I did? I talked a lot of shit about Ehrman being the Jarl for today, and now, you know, I mean, here's the thing. Ehrman is a sliver left, and that's still just shy of 4k HP. That's still a whacking great amount. But fucking hell. AR's not even here to watch me. They just rolled this little grenade under my chair and then run off into the night. Just whoop, 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 whoop.
It's just the emotional feels version of your sibling walking by you going, hey.
Turning the light off.
Yeah.
A mental monk with a holy fuck implies the existence of an unholy fuck. It's the warlock version. Oh. All of this will be covered in my autobiography, Liches and Bitches by Will Overguard. It's
I
me,
think a holy fuck is
I'm
is an Oathbreaker paladin in a brothel.
Oh, right. I would have gone with heretical coitus, but yes. That's how you make tieflings. God. Oh, crap. Okay.
Okay.
Just one last time, though. Like, that is a stupidly large amount of money. So thank you all. Alright? I love doing this, and thank you for keeping me alive and keeping me in this chair. Like, and that goes to you as well, Baron. Like, you put in so much to Memnol, and you let me be the numpty quasi-driving this. Seriously, thank you all, alright? Thank you all. Okay. What about chaotic and lawful thugs? Oh great, now there's the fuck alignment chart that's being constructed. Okay. So, how the fuck are we gonna do this? Okay.
Roll music and then you can roll credit or roll intro.
Yeah. So you pause the music, I'll mute us, and then we'll do this like we know we're doing. Okay. So without further ado, let's get this started. Hey! We're from Memnol. Gaz throwing it right in there perfectly of it's gods, get a bevy. Alright, welcome to Memnol! Season 2, episode 16. War never changes. Once again, Baron comes up with the titles, and I have no idea what's going to happen. Alright? So at the beginning of every session, I get like a little message or we're talking, and Baron's like, oh, here's the name of the setup. And then I know fear. Oh no, Graz, don't apologise. Like, you just stole money from Jazzy Jeffy B to keep me alive, so thank you. Right. Should we do this like we mean it?
We can try. Alright, well, last time on Remembering Null Z, you were all in the Underdark. You had a brief encounter with the Goddess of War, who basically told you, hey, I'm fucking coming for you.
Yup.
And got visions of the world being overrun by her ravenous war turtle army. You booked it up to the top. You got back to the Golden Wake. You tried to contact other Golden Wakes in other towns, or other cities rather, and basically couldn't. They were cut off. Couldn't contact basically anyone. You made your way up to the surface.
That poor intern.
Yeah, the poor night guard who was just like, he was there doing homework or reading a book or something, and you're just like, hey, war. You made it up topside. You zoomed away. You eventually found an island, one of those floating isles, somewhere between Deladar and Tajema, and kind of camped out there for a bit. And after a while, Aladar, the god of undeath and hunger, showed up. The next morning, the Emerald Shield fleet, or at least one of them, came charging at you, and Agilar raised a bunch of kaiju-level skeletons from the seafloor and just destroyed them.
Mm-hmm.
He and his retainer of guards took off to go and kind of shepherd the skeletons to try and take back to Gemma and Ferandrith and everywhere else that's been taken over. And you were left on the island. And I believe last we left off, you looked over Sharsu and Amber's shoulder, and the Archangel was standing there.
So yeah, we just seen the super skeletons lay waste to the fleet that was coming at us. And yeah, the Archangel just hanging. Now, before we get started proper, one thing that, as you said, was going to be our first order of business, golds. You said we needed, was it 2 more goals or 1?
You can have 3. So you can either change, I believe currently your goal is get a magic tattoo.
Yeah. As goals go in the scheme of things, probably not the massive one. Bacon, you're not dead. So someone suggested end a fight with someone on fire, and I guess bonus points if it's someone we don't like, or someone we like.
Feels like a if we make it out treat.
Yeah. Oh, bonus is if it isn't an enemy. That's gonna be tricky. Maybe we'd set someone on fire and then find out afterwards that they were bad people. Who knows? Now, was there another one?
I think those are the only 2 that I had seen.
Goal. Find out who we are. I mean, Dorcas, that's a good point. It was kind of implied that we were resurrected or made out of someone. But maybe that's just me misremembering a million Memnols ago. But I've come to understand that if we are all facets of Emberlyn Burns, I might be their spontaneity, and Dorcas and crew is definitely the long-term memory.
Yes.
Okay, but I will add find out who we are as our other goal. So we've got our 3 goals. So okay, we're ready to roll. I got my medallion, got my tome. I've got fancy healing spells, and you and I do need to catch up because I have the minis for painting.
Yes.
So, ready to do this.
Wraith has we did have find out the Archangel's identity in the notes, but we would replace it with finding out who we are.
Yeah, done and done. Because yeah, we found out who the Archangel was.
Yeah, it's your god's former teammate, basically.
Okay. So if there are no other questions, thoughts, or feels, so you said we're on the small island, Archangel's there, and it was the kaijus. Did they start heading off in a direction with Vamp Squad?
Yep. So just to remind everybody, you're on a floating island about a mile across. In kind of the raised center, there is some kind of volcanic activity, and so there's like a hot spring in there that kind of flows down through the island. You're on the edges, and yes, the Archangel is just standing there, kind of just staring at you.
Like a kid who just saw a monster truck for the first time, I'm pointing in the direction where the kaiju went, and I just turned around to the Archangel, like open mouth, like, did you see that?
So yeah, he kind of chuckles and goes, "Yes, I saw." He just starts kind of slowly pacing around the rest of you.
Emlyn stays stunned for a good while longer than you would expect, considering all the things they've seen, and eventually manages to kind of snap out of it and go, oh, sorry, do we know which directions the Skellies were heading in? Were they heading towards Tajema?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Adular had commanded them to go towards Tajema and to liberate it, because we know that Tajema is currently under War Turtle rule.
Okay. Like, friends, to my knowledge, there wasn't another thing that we were rushing towards.
Adular had told you that he thought you should wait here.
Okay.
But you're free to do what you like.
That's true. Angelo has steered us right so far. So, I'm gonna reluctantly do as I'm told. But it is very clear that Emberlyn desperately wants to follow the big skeletons.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, this is like... there's a childlike sense of chaos in Emberlyn with chaos... with the kaiju skeletons.
Yeah. And, like, at this point, you can just barely make them out in the distance. Most of them have gone back under the water just because they've gone to a part of the sea that's deep enough they're just underwater now.
Okay.
And you can't see Adular's ship anymore. His ship was, a little bit bigger than yours. Mostly there's, like, a proper cabin.
Yeah.
And at this point, he's gone out and, like, up in the mountain. You can't see him.
Yeah. So, Emberlyn's kind of, like, bouncing and pacing. After a little bit of kind of like scuffing around and like kicking some rocks and genuinely being too much energy in one place, it then redawns on Emberlyn that the Archangel is there. With an almost jump scare start. Like, oh, Emberlyn spins round and to the Archangel and just be like, oh, I am so sorry. Is there a thing? Has our Grand Queen requested anything of us?
As you spin around, you whip your head around to look at him, and you're no longer on the island. You are in the Queen's throne room. She is not there, but the Archangel is standing there.
Emberlyn freezes as if suddenly realizing they're on stage in a dream. Like, huh? Huh? Okay. Is there a thing we need?
He again starts slowly circling you with his hands clasped behind his back. For those of you that don't remember, he's dressed in all black. He's got like a long black leather duster, and his head is just wreathed in green fire. Like it's a skull, green fire. And as he walks around, he goes, "I am actually here without the Queen's bidding."
Emberlyn relaxes for a second. Okay. What can I do?
I want you to think back. Because the Queen is nothing if not deliberate with the way that she says things. And the way that she speaks and addresses people. Adular is very similar. both she and the Queen have told you to wait here, to stand and bear witness. The way she refers to people is also very pointed.
Sorry,
For instance, she refers to you as child. Mic test 1 2. I also probably got a little quiet when I was doing his voice. I tend to do that. He stops and kind of pivots and turns and looks at you directly. Says, "Have you ever thought why that is?"
I guess I haven't. I feel like we've rushed from crisis to crisis for weeks. I hadn't stopped to think about much, really.
Yes. Give it some thought. And he snaps his fingers and you're back on the island. Amber kind of looks around and goes, Archangel was here for like half a second, right?
Yeah. Would you say I'm childlike? Like a childlike sense?
Sharsa goes, childish.
Fair play, fair play. Huh. Emblem just trundles off in thought. Kind of like ambiently trundling around the island, thinking. I mean, in terms of the world, we're very young. Like, sorry, not to metagame for a second, but like in world, not counting the fucking trickster dungeon. Like, Emberlin's only really been around for, like, what, a few months? Like, half a year? Hey!
Hey, it's Kyle.
Kyle, you beautiful Mother Hubbard.
If you don't count the time skip, you're... Yeah, like 8, 9 months old, as far as your memory goes.
Okay. Kyle, good to see you, friend. Very quickly, are you monster hunting next week? Because there will be a hunting party on Friday and Saturday. We're playing those Dungeons and or Dragons today. Well, if you want to come hunting next week, Kyle, let me know. Right. So yeah, so Emblem Burns has only been about for like 9 months. So that would make sense, you know.
Yeah. If you count the time skip, yeah, you're coming up on like something like a year and a half-ish of the story.
Yeah. I was just thinking in terms of like how much time Emblem has had about fucking trickster gods messing with us.
Fuck with reality.
Stupid reality messing. So, I wonder.
Hey, for once, it's Emberless having an existential crisis, not everyone around him.
Yeah, it's making a nice change.
Yeah.
And, like, we've not had any flashes or anything, like, it's pretty much been like, we were there in front of the throne, and we just kind of came to. We were given the axe, and then the rest has just been a whirlwind.
Yeah, your very first memory is you waking up and the queen mid-sentence saying, I have given him some of my power, let's see, or I'm curious what he will do with it.
And apparently it's the, air-to-surface existential crisis delivery system.
Yeah, just the existential crisis railgun.
Okay. We'll have a ponder on this, because I'm trying to think of, like, Big Deer God also. I feel like, not the Deer God, but the woman who did the ritual said something similar. I'm desperately trying to remember what that was. I don't know if Dorchis or Wraith remembers any of that stuff. Note to self: give Amber and Shasu one last existential crisis. It's a little parting gift. Okay. Emberlyn, however, whilst racking through the memory, we've child and little wormling that would. Wormling, dragon, child. Child of dragons. 2 dragons. Ooh.
So I think you were doing a lap around the island while you're thinking, and you get back, and Sharsu and Sir Reluxus, the awakened corgi paladin, are both sitting there. Sharsu is starting up another round of stew. Sorry. Wheels on my desk chair catching on something. And you notice that Amber's armor and her bagpipe are sitting there, but she's not there.
Sharsu, I've realised 2 things. 1, I have no idea how long we're supposed to wait here. And 2, where's Amber? Where's Amber?
Not even looking up, he's chopping up some root vegetables and chucking them into the stew. Because she decided to go use the hot spring.
Oh, God, that's a smart idea. Do you think it would be disrespectful if we took turns? I mean, we've been told to wait.
Yeah, he just kind of shrugs. He's like, I don't know how long we're going to be here, so I mean, feel free to go join her. I'm going to tend the stew. And Reluxus looks at you and goes, I'm actually going to go commune with my god, so.
Well, if they ask, tell them we say hello. And, yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to do a quick beach episode here, friends. So, fuck it. I'll start plonking the majority of, armor and weapons here, and then I'm going to totter on over.
Yeah, you do that and you start tottering on over. The camera pans back to Reluxus and Sharsu, and Reluxus, under his breath before he heads out, goes, he never mentions him ever. And just walks off.
I think Emberlyn's happy.
You're
happy never knowing
a couple
that.
paces away.
Yeah.
You're a couple paces away, and you just hear Sharsu from the background go.
Viking 64 Disco 1 year.
Yo, Zoomzan, heckin' thank you. That's a whole year. And I also, how long was Kyle's one? It was 50 months. 49, yeah. Fucking legends, both of you. Thank you. So whilst I'm not hearing Emberlyn getting completely shredded, head towards the hot springs and obviously being like, hey, Amber! I'm coming! We got time! I'm joining! We're doing a soak and chill!
Yeah, as you get closer, you can see she's got her arms over the edge of the little crater. She's like, "Oh my god, get in here! It feels so good."
This is the point where there's tactically placed steam around Emberlyn as they get undressed and head into the pool.
The tactical cloud and bush and tall grass. Very specific camera angles.
If we're doing this right.
And as you get in, you do notice the last of Amber's clothes are sitting on the edge of the thing. But yeah, it's this nice bubbly hot spring.
Yeah, I mean,
the water's
we're designed
opaque.
for this.
Yeah. The water is really opaque because it's full of minerals and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, so slide on into the pool is just kind of the. I had this realization, Amber, that we've not stopped moving pretty much since I got back from the maze.
Yeah. I'll start just with the steam was added in the Western edit.
The Memnol dub. I'm sorry, I only watch Memnol with subtitles. And Legend, we don't need a towel. We cast literal fire and are fireproof. We're fine. We can just insta-sauna.
You're fire resistant. You're not fireproof.
Ah, details. But yeah, just like as we're getting into it, it was just I was just having a realization. Yeah, we haven't stopped moving. The Archangel said something that's had me pacing and pondering, and I guess this is the first time we've had to really stop and even think. Like, Amber, I'm 9 months old.
He kind of opens her eyes up, like just like a crack, and like looks over at you. She goes, like just kind of gives you like a what's up and down. Like, seem a lot older than that. I've never seen a 9-month-old that could drink like you do.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a. But no, I was trying to think back. The Archangel called me a child, or implied that I was one. And I don't know. I just started thinking, and the first memory I have is being in front of the Queen. She gave me the big honking great big axe and threw me into Ferandrith. And then it's just been non-stop since. I mean, we met Amber in the... Oh, what's the name of it? The woodland area, if I remember correctly. Yeah, in Greenspires, right? Or did we meet Amber into Gemma?
I think you met Amber into Gemma because you wanted a Stormbreaker.
Yes, because we needed a Stormbreaker to get to Greenspires, that was it.
Yeah. But I'm sure chat will correct me. They have a better memory than I do on this stuff. I don't take notes. Yeah, she kind of chuckles and is like, yeah, no, we've been going on. This is the least amount of sleep I've gotten since when I was studying for my final exams.
God. And the closest thing we've had to a break is anytime we have to hop in the Epoch and go somewhere, and even then, one of us is basically flooring at the helm.
Jeez, yeah, I'm amazed we haven't, like, burned out those crystals or something.
I do not know what they made that ship out of, but it is something special. Oh.
Well, Autumn does make good shit. That reminds me, I wonder how his newest creations are coming. And she just kind of waves her hands. Like, she doesn't even have words to describe what they are.
Yeah. You know, I'm kind of... I wouldn't say grumpy, but it would have been nice to head to Gemma with the assault force. I bet him and his creations are like holding the line up at the magical spire.
She kind of like snaps her eyes open and has the sudden she's like, "Oh fuck, no!" He said that Gemma fell. Does that mean the War Turtles have that technology now?
I'm gonna choose to believe that they are far too dogmatic and stubborn to use something like that. Oh god.
Well, I'm gonna leave you with that existential crisis. I'm gonna go another drink.
As Emberlyn just kind of slips beneath the water with the bubbles, thinking. And Dorches was saying that we met Amber back in episode 7. Oh, the 3 tabaxi in a trench coat! You'll have not let me forget that. I didn't kill them, okay? Maybe if we'd made different choices, they'd still be alive. Wraith, I think that the War Turtles would just destroy it rather than repurpose it. But also, they're working for the god of, like, war, essentially. I just want to point out that as soon as I mentioned that, the amount of people like, really sounds like you killed him. Thank you, flaccid yam. Bacon with... Well, didn't kill them, but if it'd been those penguins, it'd be a different story. You shoot one penguin, and then you're that guy. You know? When you fall in love once, they don't call you a lover. But when you leave one set of tabaxis to die, suddenly you're that guy forever.
Sorry. Also, the cat that doesn't exist, it's currently very grumpily sitting on the couch because where she normally sleeps is where my tripod to hold up my green screen currently is.
So it's like a protest snooze. But yeah, having kind of like sat beneath the waterline, pondering that, and kind of coming back above. I guess Amber, I don't know. What are we gonna do after this? I know it seems weird, but I'm hopeful. We've got a lot of people standing up to this war-total disaster.
Yes. I don't know what you're gonna do. I'm gonna keep finding and telling stories. That's what we Stormbreakers do.
That's a good point. You are not going to be short for stories. I think I'll open like a temple or make a proper shrine. I realise there's no like place of worship for the Queen of Embers. I don't know. Tajema would be nice. That way I can kind of see everybody. But I don't know. I don't know what the zoning rights are to get your own temple in Tajema.
Well, if we do end up freeing Ferandrith, we could probably get one there.
That's a good point. Ferandrith would definitely fit. The food's not as good at Ferandrith, though, if we're being honest.
I guess now it's really not. Not unless you get down into the mines. That's where all the good food is.
I could work with that. I kind of like the idea of the Red Isles, but I didn't get to spend much time there. I just, I don't know. It had good vibes. And
I think the Red Isles is where you met Hex, though.
It is, yeah. What? No, we met Hex. Didn't we meet Hex in Tajema? Because he was outside the guild with a little sign that was like, "We'll work for food."
Yeah. I don't know if it was Red Isles or...
Now he's a mimic-wielding super pirate. Oh, fucking Lanny! Miss Lanny.
Oh, Lanny.
Is this... Are we having a recap episode? Is this a recap episode?
No!
God. Yeah, this is why I only watch the subtitled version of Mendel. Right. But, yeah. So, yeah, I think that's my little plan, Amber. If we get through this, make a little... a proper temple to the Queen of Embers, then unpack all the shit that we've just been dealing with for the last year, which will probably involve a lot of drinking and or screaming. And after that, who knows? I hope you'll come visit.
As well, so thus far, you've been real good for stirring shit up, so I'll probably hang around just to see what else other hornet's nest you decide to kick.
Look, once this is done, Amber, if it is up to me, the tale of the Queen of Embers will be one that ends in happily ever after.
She kind of gives this very wry, like, snort chuckle. She goes, "You'd be surprised how many stories actually end that way. It's almost none."
Oh, I guess that would be surprising in its own way. Knowing Emblin, it'd be a mimic nest. It sits there soaking for a little bit longer. I mean, we've got nothing to kind of try to grasp at earlier memories, do we? Like, there's no way I could I try and roll for any of that kind of, like, desperately trying to recall?
But it would be a really high DC. Because if you remember, the Archangel was also resurrected by the Queen, but he kept all of the memories of how he died. And then she very specifically, like, blocked your memories of how you died.
Yeah.
So you didn't have to go through the torture of learning how you, or, like, remembering the pain of dying.
I'm gonna...
But if you want to, you can try.
I'm gonna try for a roll. I mean, worst case, Emblin's just sitting and soaking. What would that be? Would that be...
Probably history.
History. Alright. We have no modifiers on history, so this is just a straight D20. Alright, so we're sitting, we're soaking, desperately trying to cast our minds back. Because, like, what the Archangel said, it's not... Okay, it's a little haunting. It's the first time Emblin's had to deal with an existential crisis. And they're handling it as well as they can. 2. I rolled a fucking 2! It's not a nap fail, but fuck! This is why we got all those good rolls last session. It's for this. Fucking course.
Yeah, you cast your mind back, and yeah, the first thing you can remember is waking up in the throne room and, like, looking up at the Queen of Embers and all of the other gods, one of which you've now killed.
Oh yes, the full pantheon was there. And honestly, that was probably from before she started fucking with us as well. Because, I mean, again, I'm sorry, we're kind of we're almost round-tabling this in the sauna mode, but if I remember correctly, or at least my personal theory being, is that it was around the time that the lower lords started talking at us, would probably be the point where she started fucking with us. Whether or not Duke was actually involved with lower lords, or whether that was our trickster goddess fucking with us, I'm not sure. I don't care about Emblin's trauma, I want lore.
One of the other content creators that I follow has a t-shirt that she sells that just says "slut for lore." And I'm like, damn. That's
what we need a sponsorship for. Yeah, actually, so Legend was asking, was there anyone in that opening pantheon who wasn't there that we've met since? Like, not counting, like, the old gods.
Trying to remember back. You've now met, Select the Vanguard of Woe, which is the goddess of war. Which is why you recognized her. Like, when you woke up and she was looking over you, you recognized her because you've seen her before.
Yeah.
You have interacted with what you thought was Jaffa, the god of death. But it turned out to be the trickster goddess.
Yeah.
No, I think since you've killed her, the only one you've interacted with is the god of war.
Okay. Interesting.
The lower lords were not there, no. It was just the higher lords. So the current good pantheon.
Good. Oh. Yeah,
and yet, to remind you, it's a circular room, and there was, like, a big throne in front of you, which was, I'm blanking on her name, but the goddess of knowledge, and then she was kind of around the circle, were smaller thrones, all with the other gods.
And the goddess of knowledge is the one that abandoned Shasu, right?
Yes.
Bitch.
Well, theoretically.
Theoretically. At this point, I mean... Okay.
Orifel. The Magus of Shields is her title. Don't think I'd have to pull up the gods spreadsheet this early.
Is there anything else, friends, that we want to ponder before we apply stew and alcohol to Emblin's existential crisis? Because I'm just...
I mean, you are sitting in a hot tub, effectively, with the person whose entire job is no history.
True.
Or you're about to go have dinner with someone who was a paladin.
Like, this is literally the best time we can start trying to unpack this shit before whatever the fuck else the goddess of war throws at us. Actually, yeah, legend. That's an interesting question. Is there anything about our physical body that might indicate our parentage? I mean, that's the thing. So once again, Emblem kind of coming up above the bubbles. Just, Amber, I have a very weird question.
She goes, "You are a very weird person."
Do I look like anybody?
she like again, she's been like doing a lot of these, like head
Yeah.
back, and kind of like slaps her head forward and looks over at you. She goes, "You look like an idiot."
Emblem takes a beat. Fair.
Because, I mean, other than just a tiefling, no one I know of.
There's not like some famous swashbuckling, handsome, hard-drinking tiefling you might have heard of. And Emblem kind of half strikes a pose without getting out of the water.
She chuckles and goes, "No. Honestly, most of the stories that get spread around about swashbuckling, good-looking people, they're either elves or Aasimar, but that's mostly just racism."
Chortling, but slightly defeated, Emblem sits back down in the bed. Okay. There's so many places around here that have such a fervent hatred of, you know, folks that look like me. I never even stopped to ask, you know. What if I'm the only one that's like bright red? Or maybe the rest of them are all, I don't know, purple.
Yes, no, I've known a couple of red tieflings. And then she kind of like has this like moment of like, oh god. She goes, oh god, I've dated a red tiefling for a minute.
Ha! It's fine.
She was a bitch. She just like sinks back down to the water.
That's short. It's fine. Everyone has questionable tastes sometime. So yeah, the Queen defeated a lower lord. She'd steal her kid?
Emberlyn Burns, son of Morak.
That would be a fucking reveal. Sorry,
Queen of Embers, child thief.
I shouldn't say fucking reveal. That would be wild, considering what we did to, again, Duke the Duke. He had it coming. To the victor go the spoils. And, you know, we were either resurrected or brought back or what have you. But unlike... So, I mean, that's the thing I keep pondering, is like the Archangel was brought back for a very specific purpose. You know, wreathed in gold, wreathed in green flame. We were brought back as a tiefling. And we've got some cool shit going on, but nothing to that same degree. Alright, friends, if you want to ponder any theories, like now is the time. The annoying thing is because I stayed hydrated and drank like 4 cups of coffee, I desperately have to pee again. So I'll be 2 seconds. And then once we're done with Pondomancy, then we'll drink and eat stew about it.
Alright.
Be 2 seconds.
Anyway. I do really like having looping music, but they do get a little bit repetitive. So how you doing, chat? What's going on? I keep needing to check something. And I keep forgetting. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna do the same if you don't mind, just
No worry.
to be safe, if nothing else.
Yeah, and Legend, while something that like that might exist, I mean, like, Amber's probably the best source of lore of the world that we've gotten, right? Like, her whole job is, you know, sing stories of history and of great tales. And Chaosu used to, you know, be a paladin of the goddess of knowledge. Now, he's on Team Queen of Embers. Go team. You know that the Archangel is hinting at something very specific, right? And I'm trying to put two and two together, and all I'm getting is a beach episode. Okay, so Dorcas is theory crafting. Love it. So when Idrith claimed her mantle, Suchol Jaffa, now it was not their intent, but I owe somebody my thanks for killing me and helping me escape your grasp. And I believe, for that, I owe them a favour. I will be visiting a realm to claim something from you. Emberlyn later asked the Queen who she was referring to, and said it was indeed Emberlyn. Fuck. Idrith was killed by dragons, which is why Emberlyn was the child of dragons resurrected. God. I mean,
So I think about now, Amber goes, well, I'm getting perny, and that stew smells real good.
It really does.
She stands up, there's a very conveniently placed bush.
A bushel, one might say.
She just kind of wipes herself down a little bit with like a, I don't know, a hanky. And throws her.
On full anime mode. Evelyn stays in the spring for a little while longer before following. Like, Evelyn does have the thought of, man, if this is what an existential crisis feels like, I don't feel so good about doing this to people now. Like, man, this sucks. I gotta stop doing this.
And actually, I can delete this because you are here. Yeah. Say warp Emberlyn. Whatever. So, yeah, do you go and join them for stew?
I do indeed. After taking a little extra time to ponder, we're tottering over for stew and whatever it is that Shachu is drinking.
Yeah. So in his like keg that he just has infinite stuff, it's just ale.
Sounds good.
But yeah, you start, you know, eating, chatting amongst each other, joking for like the first time in who knows how long.
Yeah.
the sun finally sets.
Emberlyn is fully in eat stew and ignore problems mode.
Yes, the infinite keg. Yeah, like shortly before bed, you just kind of look around at your three current companions. There's awakened Corey, who is the High Paladin, or is the herald of the old god of nature. You've got Amber with her new tattoos on her back, who is one of the now legendary Stormbreakers, sorry. And Sharsu with his metal shell that has a crack in it and just like glowing red embers down it. And his war pick that has a crystal on the back and can turn on fire.
It's interesting to think where we were when we started this adventure and where we are now.
Yeah.
I think that's what Emberlyn's thinking as they drift off.
Yeah. Are you keeping watch or are you just going to bed?
I'm just going to bed. We just saw a squad of kaiju skeletons go fight. I think we're good.
Do you sleep on the ship or do you sleep on the ground?
Is everyone else sleeping around the fire?
Yeah, pretty much everyone else is sleeping around the fire.
Yeah, I'm crashing with them.
Yeah. So you go to sleep. You kind of let the fire go down to embers, but it's still giving off like a nice, warmth. Sharsu had like found some rocks and made a little fire ring, so the rocks are radiating heat for a decent amount of the night. And yeah, the next day you wake up, you have some breakfast, brekkie, if you will.
At this point, I think Emberlyn's not on edge, but just waiting for whatever is about to drop. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That George with how far we've come from meeting a little bronze cub with a sign that says apprentice for hire and putting a bucket on his head.
He is now a super pirate, and I love that. So yeah, well rested, Emberlyn's just kind of antsy today. Like, we got told to wait. We didn't get told how long or for what. I know this sitting around and thinking isn't doing them any good.
Sorry, doing something in the background. I don't need to update this stuff. Alright, so yeah, you're all kind of like putzing around, just like, yeah, we're waiting, so I guess we're gonna rest up. And at some point, you're standing there, and you hear this, like, almost sonic boom from above you. And you're all standing a little bit around, and then just out of the sky, slams into the ground, doing the superhero landing, stands up Selek, the Herald of Pain, who is the god of war.
Like the real fucking deal.
Yeah, like the real god of war. She's like 8 foot tall, ripped armor. Currently, like she's got like a bunch of like knives and stuff on her belt. Otherwise, is unarmed. She just slowly looks up at all of you.
I'm just gonna go with Wraith's response of, well, that was a bit dramatic.
She looks up at all of you, just, how fucking dare you? You think you can win this? I am war.
Emberlyn raises their hands in like a mock sincerity. I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about. We've just been here on the island. There's a lovely little pool over there. We're having a soak.
And then from somewhere up above you to kind of the east, you hear this like thump, 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 thump. And she doesn't even look. She slams her foot down into the ground, and the tower shield that you see before slides up out of the earth. She grabs it, turns, and smacks away something, and as it hits the ground, it just splatters, and you hear sizzling as the grass is eaten away.
Like with like an acid or like a fire or?
Yeah, like acid.
Oh shit. Can we see what it is that's spitting this stuff at her?
Roll a perception check.
That's my ready to roll perception flail. Alright, where are you? Alright. 21! The fuck was that? When we're trying to remember shit.
So you look up, and you at this point see the incredibly recognizable silhouette of the GWS Toothy. Like screaming down out of the clouds at you guys. From where Toothy currently is, it almost seems like they were about to come down out of the clouds anyway, and they saw something go boom, past them, and they're like, shit.
Okay.
She slams her other foot into the ground, and a spear pops up through it. She grabs it, just launches it up at Toothy. You hear the sonic boom of the spear going supersonic, and you see it not just splinter, but like multiply and slam into Toothy.
No! Alright, it's time to start some shit. Alright, friends. We've got Godrend. Okay. Yeah, Toothy saw ball and chased. Let's give... Alright. Is the island gonna survive? That's another story. Okay, looking at Amber, looking at Sharsu, looking at Seroxis. Like, right. We need to give Toothy enough distraction to do something. And, I've got a plan. Famous last words. Okay.
You also do notice now, like, so Toothy was like diving at you, and now it's like tilting and is in like a free fall.
Okay, so Toothy is either fucking dead, I hope not, or having a bad time. Alright, I would like to... Well, we're going to take the fucking axe out. I'm going to cast Eldritch Blast right at her fucking face. I know it's probably going to do... I know it's going to do shit all. Oh, you're right, it is a cone. I totally knew that.
And currently where you guys are standing, it would hit at least one of your party members, no matter how you angle it.
Fuck! You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna take a shot at her with the pistol.
Alright.
You know, she's got an AC of something ridiculous, but we have two things. Leviathan Mimic and Godrend. If Toothy can be enough of a problem for her that I can get in, bury an axe in her back, that's gonna start, like, taking it. We've got a Stormbreaker. You know, Sharsu can definitely bring some pain. But here's the thing, if she's here, that means Toothy was strong enough to at least chase her. Maybe not defeat, maybe not murder, but Toothy's got that strong. And I believe in that little guy. So, yeah, I'm just gonna go for a straight shot right between the eyes. Where is my pistol? Here is my pistol. Forget how I roll on hit for this one.
There should be something on your attack.
Okay. So I think it's... this?
Yeah.
19?
19. So you draw your pistol and take aim, because she's like still facing Toothy. So it's you, her, and then Toothy is presumably on the other side coming down. It looks like it's going to crash in the island. You take a shot, and it hits her like dead in the back, and she doesn't even move. You can just see the bullet impact her armor and just fall down. And she turns around, hits her foot down to the ground again. Another spear comes out. She grabs it. She goes, "Tell that bitch you worship I'm coming for her," and launches a spear directly at you. And you know that devil's bargain that you made a couple episodes ago?
No! No!
Yeah, I'm cashing that in now. So Nat 1. You just feel this searing pain go through your chest. And you look down, and there's just a hole where your heart should be. And you, as you kind of look up, you see Toothy impact and Hex kind of topple onto the ground. You start to fall backwards, and she turns and is like screaming at Sharsu and Amber and Reluxus, like, "Who the fuck do you think you are?" And you fall back and slam down onto the ground. And as your vision starts to slowly fade, you're just staring up into the sky, and a figure looks over you and goes, "Hello, Emberlyn." And you recognize Jaffa, the Vanguard of Woe. And he still has like the burn scar on his neck. And he says, "It's so rare that I get to speak to somebody more than once."
With an attempted gargling cough, is like, I thought we hadn't met. That was the other. Sorry, I'm dying a lot.
Oh no, we have. But you wouldn't remember that. It was... kind of waves his hand. 4.
Oh. Fuck.
And you kind of like, with all of your might, kind of look down, and you see, she's kind of, they've all kind of huddled up together, and she's just like, almost lecturing them like they're children, like they're disobedient children. And you see Hex kneeling beside Toothy, who's like heaving with this big labored breaths. Can you roll me a perception check?
Sure. 11.
All right.
There's a big fucking hole in my chest. I am not observant right now.
But yeah, you see out of just the very edge of your peripheral, you see Toothy say something. You can't hear what it is. And then pick up one of Toothy's tentacles and take a huge bite. And like swallow it. And then your head kind of flops back, and you're looking back up at Jaffa.
Oh. Fuck, what do we do? I was like... And just looking down, it's like, This seems a tad unfair. Looking at Hole, I thought gods weren't... Oh, you know what, I take that back. It's just one hole. How bad can it be? Pokes itself.
He chuckles and goes, "Don't worry, Emberlyn. I'm not here for you. You're just close enough that you can see me."
The horror door.
Through his chest, a hand reaches through him and slams into your chest. And he kind of just looks down at it and goes, "Be seeing you, Emberlyn." And then dissipates into smoke. And standing where he was, you see the Queen of Embers, who's now got her hand just in your chest.
And there's... Emberlyn's realised the very seriousness of this now, and there's a crying that's starting to happen of just like, I'm sorry, the others, I didn't know what else to do, and I'm sorry I failed you. Please, let's get them out of here.
She goes, "Child, you may die when I am done with you." And you feel this scorching pain in your chest. And she almost like, because she was like kneeling over you, she like stands up and almost lifts you. And you feel this in your chest and just this incredible, hot, searing pain as she like drags you to your feet and pulls her hand out. And you look down and there's this cracked, molten ember where your heart should be. That is just throbbing. And she, as you're now standing, she goes, "Now stand and bear witness, for few ever get to see what is about to happen." And she removes the covering from her eyes and turns around and face the rest of them.
Emmeline is shaken. We're using Godrend essentially almost like a fucking crutch as we're trying to steady ourselves.
Oh. So you kind of look over, and Sharsu and Amber and Reluxus have all kind of like huddled together and are like more or less using Sharsu as a shield because he's the biggest. And as your hearing kind of comes back to you, she's just berating them. And then she turns and she points at Hex and she goes, "And you! Who the fuck do you think you are that you can attack me like that?" And then he chuckles, and she stops, like, genuinely stunned. Goes, "Who am I? That's a good question. I have been many things." And he starts to slowly stand up. He goes, "I was a blacksmith's apprentice. I was a ship deckhand. I was a carpenter's apprentice. I've been a cleaner. I've been many things. And all of them I failed at, which is how I got my name. It was a hex on anything I touched. But then a tiefling took me in, and I became a guild member. I became the champion of a god." And he turns and looks at her. He goes, "I was the Black Death that was hunting down your ships. But now," and he looks down at his hands, and he looks back past her at you and the Queen. And he goes, and then he looks, you can tell he's staring at the Queen, and she gives just the subtlest nod. And you remember when the god of the hunt awakened your axe, that language that he spoke that like made you feel nauseous?
Yeah.
You feel a wave of that hit you, and you like have to take a half step back because it hits you so hard. And you see the Queen's clothes like ruffle. And you see Selleck take a half step back, not out of like, "Oh, that hit me," but she's like preparing for something. Hex takes a deep breath, and he opens his eyes, and they're white. He says, "Now, I am Hex, god of change."
Yes! That's our guy!
And you see out of his chest tentacles spurt and like spider legs out of his back, and he starts sprinting towards Selleck. Jumps in the air, and his hands turn into blades. She barely gets her shield up in time as the blades slam into it, and he just cracks it in half. She slams one foot into the ground,
Hex got a change.
blocks one of his other attacks with that, slams a second foot down, grabs another blade, and blocks that, and Hex just keeps hounding her. Like, shot after shot, just the clanging is deafening. Like, any normal blade would have shattered by now. And they're just going back and forth. She's trying to swing at him, and like half the time she'll swing at him, and his body will just morph around the blade, letting it go through him. Eventually, she takes this giant sweep towards his legs. He jumps in the air because some wings spurt out of his back and like flap him up into the air. A bunch of tentacles come out, wrap around her arms, pull Hex in, and as they're coming in, Hex's tail turns into a spike and slams into her chest. And then he's got feet on her chest. His jaw unhinges and bifurcates like a fucking hydralisk. Slams down around her head, rips it off, and swallows it in one gulp. And then jumps back and kind of turns back into what you know is Hex.
Emberlyn is desperately trying to cheer him on, but keeps coughing up leftover blood from what happened earlier. Like, yeah, that's my cat. That's Hex. I'm good.
And as you're standing there looking at Hex now, you see the bronze of his scales is slowly shifting from like bronze to like gold and copper and silver and then white. Like it's just ever changing slowly. Everyone needs a bucket now. So he kind of looks past the now presumably lifeless corpse as Select falls to her knees and then falls forward. And from beside you, you hear the queen say, "Welcome, kindred."
That's our guy! Recovering from basically having a fucking hole in their chest, Emberlyn goes from like a hobble to a speed walk to a run over to Hex and just gives him the biggest hug. Everyone else might be freaking out about the fact that we just saw a god get eat. Nah, we just run to Hex and give him the biggest hug.
Yeah, you pick it up. They feel heavier than they should. You've picked Hex up before, and they feel way heavier now.
Without putting Hex down, we also give the Goddess of War's body just a little kick. Like a little spiteful kick. I assume it does nothing, but...
You actually... Cool, you sprain 3 of your toes.
Worth it.
Because she's also, like, more dense than she feels like she should be. You just go, like, oh, ow! Hex kind of hugs you back. He goes, "Oh, that was new."
That was amazing. Emberlyn's face is like childlike wonder, looking over to Amber and being like, "Did you see that?"
For the rest of the party, it was the day they witnessed hand-to-hand combats between gods with one being beheaded. For Emberlyn, it was a Saturday.
I mean, in fairness, Emberlyn spent most of that fucking bleeding out from the center.
You feel a hand kind of pat your shoulder a couple times, just like a little comforting pat. And you hear Jaffa say, "I told you I wasn't here for you."
At some point, Jaffa, you and I are going to drink late into the night. I'm glad it's not today.
Do you put Hex down at this point, or are you still just
I was saying that, and then I'm like, then realised that I'm holding a plonk Hex down. In the excitement, Emberlyn starts to run over to hug the Queen of Embers, and then stops and remembers like the regalness of it, and just kind of like a big old bow and a thank you.
She nods at you and then takes her eye covering and puts it back on. Jaffa walks over to his sister's corpse now and looks down at it, and then looks over at the queen and says, "You know she won't stand for this." And the queen goes, "Why do you think it had to happen?" And then Jaffa looks over at Hex, and then back at the queen and goes, "Was it really that simple?" And she nods and says, "Once you know how and if you have the will, yes." And he kind of nods. He very solemnly kneels down and scoops up the headless corpse of the goddess of war. Goes, "You know I have to take her to her, right?" And the queen just nods. He starts walking forward, and you see this like sliver up here and then crack open, and you realize it's these giant stone doors appear. and lead into what beyond you now recognize is the chamber that you first awoke in.
Oh, okay.
And he stops right as he's about to go through, and he turns, still holding his dead sibling's body, and he looks over it and goes, "By the way, Amberlyn,
Yes?
when this is all over, I want my axe back." And he turns and he walks through the door and it slams behind him.
Open mouths. Emily just looks back at the queen and goes,
He chuckles and goes, "Not my finest hour, but yes, I stole his axe."
"It's a really nice axe." Suddenly remembering the situation, can we see how Toothy's doing?
Not great. Hex, I think everyone follows your gaze, sees that, and Hex takes this deep sigh, and then looks up at the queen, and says, "What now?" She kind of gently places her hand on his cheek and goes, "Now we change things. But come, we have much to discuss." And she kind of waves her hand, and you see the door appear and crack open to her, throne room. Hex starts walking forwards, looks over at you, and goes, "Guess I'll be seeing you."
Emblyn chuckles, and then, with not a hint of irony, with not a joke, does a full, deep bow. "El, to you, the god of change. Don't take too long, friend."
"I won't. Oh, and if you see anybody good, I guess I'm taking applications for a herald." And then steps through the door. The queen, before she steps through, turns to you and says, "Emberlyn, there are people looking for you. Let them find you. In the meantime," and she just spreads her arms, "be my herald." And then turns and steps to the door, and it closes behind her.
Yeah. Emblyn's kind of lost for words, but bows once again in reverence. So, I guess it's just it's Emblyn, Xiaosu, Amber again, and I guess whatever poor state Toothy's in.
And Reluxus.
And Reluxus. So looking around a bit. In the brief moment after the silence of the doors closing, Emblyn turns to the rest of the group and goes, "Well, that was the single most painful thing that has ever happened to me in the history of pain. Oh, let's see how our little mimic friend is doing." I guess I assume Toothy's still fucking massive, right?
Some parts have splintered off in the descent and the crash. It's actually now that you're looking around and viewing the viscera, when Toothy crashed, some of the parts of the ship snapped off and scattered around, but afterwards they then reverted to just flesh.
Okay.
So there's just chunks of mimic meat scattered around you.
Poor guy. Yeah, Chasu, is there anything you can do to help him?
Chasu kind of goes over and touches Toothy. Why don't you go ahead and roll me isn't there a medicine check somewhere? Or am I
There
in a
is.
different system?
There is
roll me a
medicine.
medicine check.
9.
You don't know how mimic anatomy works.
He doesn't look like he's doing good, but I don't know.
Chasu takes a deep breath and kind of looks at you and the rest and goes, Amber, you're the Stormbreaker. Fuck it. And she, like, a wave of realization walks over her face as she kind of realizes what he's referring to. She goes, he goes, do you think that the legend of Forge Masters is real? She goes, that is I sat through a really long class about whether or not it was. I don't know.
Wait, what?
Sharsu kind of stands up and says, there is an old paladin tale of a paladin who lost every single person in his army defending his god. And as a last prayer to his deity, became the Forge Master and reshaped the corpses and the wounded into a new army to help them win the war. And kind of looks over at the epoch and then back at you. You willing to risk the epoch to maybe save Toothy?
I look down a little mimic, and I remember them when they were just the most unsettling dagger you've ever seen. Absolutely.
It's like, all right, bring it over. So you and Amber kind of go over and unmoor the epoch and bring it close. Sharsu takes like one of the tentacles, or one of the pseudopods, I guess.
Yeah.
And kind of drapes it over the edge of the epoch. And then kneels. I always said stands and kneels.
With his stature, I feel he's one of the few creatures that could do that. Like, somehow kneeling makes Sharsu taller. It's a shell
Just
thing.
fixes his posture.
Yeah.
Pulls out his war pick and kind of holds it in front of him. And starts praying. He goes, Queen of Embers, this thing has done more to help your cause than I think any of us have. If it is your will, give me the power to help him. Stands, and you see him kind of ignite his war pick, raises it above his head, and you see the crystal in the back start glowing, and he's like fighting it to keep it in place. And he goes, Toothy, in the name of the Queen of Embers, as her high paladin, be healed, and slams it down into Toothy, and you see this like ripple of fire go across Toothy's entire body. And Toothy takes this huge, big breath, and then exhales. As far as you can tell, nothing happens.
I look back to Sharsu, I look back to Ember. Try again! We can try again!
And Amber reaches down and touches Toothy, and it's like, he's not there. It's one of those things you get one shot for. So either it did something, or we put him out of his misery.
Oh. Damn.
About now, you see one of Relix's ears kind of perk up, and walks around and comes back over with 2 weapons and goes, "Oh, it's Toothy and Bitey."
The little guys. Little guys. Well, regaining composure and wiping away the little tears. The Toothy we know died fighting a god. And that's a hell of a way to go. We shall raise these little ones in their honor. Somehow. Let's get a crate or something we can feed them in. I guess we're parents now? Rest well, Toothy. For tiny Toothy and tiny Bitey shall live on. Kind of cradling these two weapons.
They're currently both daggers.
Yeah, cradling these two little daggers.
And Amber goes, we can't really bury him. And then looks down, and then back up at you with horror on her face. And you look down and you see the island flicker under your feet.
Okay, shit, time to go!
Yep. Everyone's like, shit! Sharsu goes over and grabs his pot, just like chucks the stew on the ground, save the pot. And you all jump up into the epoch.
There was nothing left of the Goddess of War, right? Like, she was... Because her weapons and stuff were all formed out of things, right?
Yeah, they came out of the ground, and when she died, they turned to dirt, basically.
Okay, cool. Then, yeah, now is running time. As I'm, like, panic carrying these two daggers like children.
Yeah. You all quickly jump in the epoch and take off, at least as far enough away as you can, so you're not in the disappearing. And you watch the island slowly like flicker in and out of existence for probably about 15 minutes, and then it just flickers out and never comes back.
Did Toothy go with it, or did Toothy's corpse go with it, or did it drop?
No, it won't.
Okay. Because that would have been upsettingly comedic. Oh, well, again, cooing at these two daggers. And I assume the daggers are still just daggers. They haven't looked or responded. So I just look like a crazy person, like, cuddling the cutlery.
Yeah, but I mean, you're amongst good company for that.
I'm just rocking these two daggers in my arms. Be like, well... I say again, Toothy died a great hero. And hey, the next person who finds that island when it comes back in, boy howdy are they getting a surprise.
Ursu kind of wryly chuckles.
We never do anything in halves, do we, friends?
No, we don't. And Amber looks and goes, well, no sense staying here. Where to?
Well, if the Goddess of War followed them here, I assume Tajemma has either been retaken or is currently a battleground. And... Emberlyn, having found like a little, a box usually kept for like ropes and whatnot, has made like basically a little crib for these two daggers. Just
you do have like a crate in your cabin, but you'd have to go and grab it.
Okay.
It's got like blankets and stuff in it for like your hammock.
I'm basically going to turn that crate into like a little crib for the daggers. Like laying them down. It's like, well, the Queen said all we need do is go forth and spread their name. And I don't know about you two. Emberlyn taps I assume there's a hole in Emberlyn's armor as well as this cracked kind of.
Yeah, so you've got like the gem in the middle of your armor, and there's just a hole next to it now, and there's this like cracked, burnt-looking chunk of your chest that is glowing from within now.
So just tapping on it. Well,
it's like almost too hot to touch.
I don't know about you both, but I've had far more than enough of sitting on the sidelines. When you say we go, shake out the old fighting muscles.
So Tajemma?
Tajemma.
So yeah, she goes up and she hops on the throttle and like starts turning around. Like she's not booking it, but she's takes you that way.
We don't need to rush.
At this point, you go grab the crate to make them a little crib. You open up the door to your cabin, and there's just a heart suspended in the middle of the cabin.
Like a hovering heart.
Yeah, it's like this big. It's like basketball sized, It's not hovering, it's like attached to the walls with like sinew and shit.
Oh,
And it's beating. You just hear.
Can I do like would it be like nature or investigation on this?
Probably investigation.
Okay. Fuck you. Nat 20. Where was that? When I needed it?
You're looking at it and you're like, yeah, that's a heart, and like where there should be like blood vessels going from like the aorta up into the thing is, yeah, there goes into like a blood vessel and then up into like the roof of the cabin, and like one goes over to like the left side of the cabin and one's going to the right side of the cabin, and it's kind of purpley. It's kind of looks like mimic flesh.
Chasu!
He's like wrapping up a rope or something.
I think it worked!
You roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, saving is these suckers here, right, isn't it? 16?
All right. The ship suddenly stops, and you manage to like catch yourself as both Amber, Sharsu, and Reluxus all like scramble to the door and look in. Amber had like slammed the brakes on basically,
Yeah.
and you all look in, and he goes, and kind of looks down at his war pick, and back up and goes, "Holy shit!"
It fucking worked. I'm gonna move all our stuff out of the cabin.
Yeah,
so
we should do that.
Yeah. And looking down at the two little daggers on a crate, just being like, "You're gonna grow up with a papa. You're not gonna grow up little orphans." Showing them to the heart. Look, your kids made it. Toothy, your kids made it. Yeah, that's a good question, friends. Do we like the Toothy Epoch or the Epoch Toothy?
It's the Toothpock.
The Toothpock? Ha!
Toothpock Shakur.
We're all thinking it. We're all thinking it. Oh, we did it. We did it! Toothy lives! Okay. I don't know why Emberlin's gotten, like, weirdly paternal over these two daggers. Not to be confused with the notorious Tooth.
Anyway. So you clear everything that you own out of the cabin and try to secure it everywhere else as best you can.
Dorcas with, what? You don't want to be sleeping next to a gigantic beating suspended mimic heart? The Toothock is pretty good.
The Toothpock is pretty good.
We'll let that one percolate if someone comes up with a better name, but currently I think the Toothock is winning.
Sorry, if I keep looking over here, it's because the cat that doesn't exist has taken up residency right off screen and is being incredibly cute.
No, I think we can all we can all respect cat time. The Toothock is also very good. Toothock mimic. Okay. Well, aside from that, we're still heading to Dejema.
Yeah. Before Amber heads back to the helm, she kind of jokingly punches Sharsu in the arm. He goes, "Guess you could add Forge Master to your list of titles."
Yeah. Sharsu, what does this make Toothy? Are they like a steed of the Queen of Embers now? Are they a mascot of the Queen of Embers?
He just throws his hands up and goes, "I don't fucking know at this point. It worked. That's all I care about." Just walks away. He goes over and sits in the bow of the ship and takes his keg and just opens it into his mouth.
Ah! Chariot of the Queen of Embers. I do like that legend. The Tuthok Chariot of the Queen of Embers. Yeah, that's real good. Or a reverse chariot, because the meat's at the back and the boat's at the front, rather than the boat at the back and the meat at the front. Rear-wheel drive chariot of the Queen of Embers.
So yeah, you all start making your way. And you're like, I mean, you don't know how fast the Aiju skeletons were going. And you're not going like full speed. Actually, at some point you probably are like, you're kind of going a little bit slow. And if questioned about it, Amber's like, I don't know, like, if we should let him just sit and...
Oh, sorry.
Take over the ship, or if it's okay to drive it. So I'm taking it slow.
You know what? I think let's go slow. It feels like Toothy's still finding itself.
Yeah. Can you roll me a perception check, actually?
Oh, yes I can. I was just renaming it the GWS Tuthok. Yeah! Okay, well, you wanted perception, right? 22! Where the fuck were these rolls? Emberlin trying to do something offhand. I am a god, I am a genius, I am a master. Emberlin trying to do shit when it matters. I am a stupid dum-dum who eats lead paint chips for breakfast.
I mean, that's what adrenals do, man. It makes you fuck up sometimes.
True. Hey, we saw the God of War and we shot him in the back. Still happy about that.
Yeah. As you're going, you slowly notice that, like, veins and stuff start growing out towards the crystals. The two at the side and the one at the back. And so, like, you can see it, like, slowly go over. And then at some point, you just, as you're going, you see the crystals, like, flare up a little bit, like, get really bright. And then the heartbeat gets audibly louder.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Shaosu, have you got any meats, dried or otherwise?
Digs through his bag. It's like, technically, but like, I think we need this to eat before we get to Gemma. We're running a little low on supply.
Okay. Look down at the two daggers currently swaddled in their makeshift crib. Like, baby, just to have to hold on a little longer. The tooth tail heart. Yes!
So yeah, you all start making your way slowly towards Gemma.
We're gonna need new names for the babies.
It was Stabby and Bitey.
Was Stabby and Bitey. Okay, we'll still call them Stabby and Bitey then. Are they different?
Bitey specifically because it was prone to bite you if it was hungry. As a like, hey, feed me.
Are they different colors? Like different color little daggers?
Stabby is like almost like a Damascus steel blade.
Okay.
And Bitey has. Have you seen the blades? Actually, they're also Damascus, but they have like a streak of copper in, like just off the danger side.
Yeah,
it's like that. So Bitey has a little bit of copper in the blade.
Yeah, like the little rebel he is. Oh, little Bitey. Emberlin, while cooing over them both, is very careful not to put fingers too close.
Yeah. Yeah, you all start slowly putting towards the Gemma. Actually, I think at some point you do catch Amber, like, absent-mindedly saying put, 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 put. And she's like, damn it.
Emberlin has 1,000% done that during this journey. 1,000%.
And yeah, you all... Oh, okay, Amber except for Lexus. Takes turns kind of piloting. You do have to start rationing your food a little bit because you had to get rid of an entire pot's worth of stew before you left because it was hard to get it onto the ship with a full pot of stew.
And the island was blinking out.
So yeah, it's going to take you probably 2 or 3 days to get there.
Okay. I don't have anything that. I mean, we don't have the skills to fish on the way over.
And you're moving too fast.
Yeah. Any surface level sharks we can hunt? God damn it! Can we have one shark-free day, please?
With that being said, I do need to use the restroom and top off my drink, so
Okay.
I think that's a good bathroom break point.
You first, and then I will copy that idea.
Be right back.
Look, Dorches, you didn't see it, but last night's Sea of Thieves stream, they just added new sharks, new megalodons. We fought one. I freaked out. We didn't even get the kill as well. We fought that thing so hard. We were robbed, I tell you. Robbed! We went up against the coral bastard, the armor-plated fishman spitting lightning bastard. I know I said bastard twice there, but I'm still mad. We got jumped by a galleon while we were trying to put our shit back together. If you get Hunter's Call up to 5, it either shows you where one is or spawns one. I'm not sure which. So, that was our battle yesterday. Little Fire even clipped me freaking out whilst we were trying to patch the ship and getting attacked and bitten and everything. And okay, yes, when dealing with Megalodons, I do screech a lot. Oh, they're going to be adding jellyfish, but they're also going to be adding a curse that turns you into a shark person. So, thanks, I hate it. And Beeple Bees, what and welcome. Baron's just having a quick bathroom break, and then I'm going to do the same. It's Memnol Sade. So much has happened already. I don't even know where to begin. And I thought we were going to lose Hex. I really did. I really did. That's why I was like, you know what? If we can, I don't want to say pull aggro, that's very video gamey of me, but like, all I wanted to do was try and distract the God of War long enough that, you know, Hex doesn't take a heckin' railgun spear to the face. Thankfully, no. And now they're a changeling god? That's awesome. I do love the idea that Amber and Seroxis, were horrified at, like, Hex turning into this, like, violent changeling murder machine that eats a god. And we immediately run up and just give it a hug with no hesitation. I like that. Oh yeah, no, Dustin, that's what just happened. Like, as of, like, half an hour ago. I was just regaling them with Hex's ascension to godhood.
I do have wireless headphones, so I did hear all.
Alright, then I will be back in just a second. Water. Dehydration.
Oh, anyway, I'm back. Sneak. Hello, Mr. Square Peg. Jesus, I can talk. Oh, you're jumping over to missed it. Sorry. God of Change currently. Who knows? They might grab additional titles as they go. So again, you'd like to point out the Iron the episode title. It's almost like I had this planned. Have you ever given a title that didn't go off as intended? Thus far, no. Make change makes sense to me. But get out. Then come back, but get out for a second. Refresh the page. That's your punishment. You have to refresh the page and watch an ad. Assuming you don't use ad blocker. We're very easily led us with Baron to say. I didn't say that. Sorry, Whisper brushed up against my leg and vanished.
Kitty babies. All right. Okay. Onward!
Onward?
Onward!
So to give some more upbeat tunes for this.
With the combination of like Death of God, Death of El God, my apologies, the reforming of Toothy, and then Emberlyn Bones in parenting mode for 2 daggers.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't think tonal whiplash would be the the standard throughout the whole stream, but you know.
Yeah.
Oh, and Birth of Another God, yes. One god down, one god up. And I think, I'm sure we're all aware of this, but I think that's what the Queen of Embers was saying to Jaffa, was like, once you know how to like take the godhood from someone, it's just a question of wanting it. And it was, out of everybody, it was Hex who was just like, nim, 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 nim.
Kitty tax.
Kitty tax. Yeah, Hex wanted it. Emberlyn, I think Emberlyn has no designs on godhood in any way, shape, or form. Because, like, one, you know, they're happy with the Queen of Embers. They wouldn't want to surpass or supplant them. And also, they've seen how much work it is to be a god.
Like, fell from Tanya L. Whiplash. Will you accept the charges?
Even if you say no, it still hits.
Also, just for the reference, for record, I threw this shirt on because it was at the top of the stack, but it's just Medusa with all the tentacle snake heads. Not intentional. But once I was wearing it and I thought about where this episode was going, I went, oh, how apt.
Fucking yo. Okay. Back underway.
You begin going, you know, northeasterly. You check on the 2 mimic knives occasionally, and they're often like in slightly different positions than you left them.
Like we haven't seen them move, but they have shifted around.
Yeah. As you're flying, you are just, you know, casually looking over the edge. And the closer you get to Djemma, the more and more debris you see in the water.
Fuck.
Yeah. So yeah, at first you see like, oh, like there's a stray barrel. Oh, look at that. And like, oh, there's there's a couple planks over there, like part of a sail, and is that a body? That's a body.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Legend and Dorcius. Like, do you mind if we keep the same, but we bring it down just in case we can spot like a crate of snacks or something? You know.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Okay.
So give me like 3 of them over the course of a day or so.
Okay, so investigation 1, 6. All right, I didn't see fuck and all. Investigation 2, 17.
Okay.
And last but by no means least, 18. All right, I was getting my fucking eye in.
So yeah, at first, I think it's probably just how sparse the debris was. You're like, that's a board. Like, who cares? And after a while, you start seeing like intact barrels and crates and stuff.
But yeah.
And the Epoch actually has built in a basically Attack on Titan harness system.
Oh yeah.
Which you've never used.
No, we used it for we used it for Leviathan fishing that one time.
Oh, that's right. Okay. But yeah, you start seeing like some crates that look like they're attack, or like crates and barrels that look like they're attacked, and you use that, like you hop off, you attach to the Epoch, you go down, and you snatch it out and you haul it back up. Sharsu takes it from you. And you do this for a bit. And throughout the course of this, you find a keg of wine.
Yes.
Or I say keg, like a full-size barrel of wine. You find a barrel of salt-packed, mostly like boar and stuff, but it's like salt-packed meat for like long voyages.
Okay.
So you have some meat now. And at some point, you find somebody had, like, in a last-ditch effort to save something, you find somebody had strapped 2 empty barrels together, and in between them is a chest.
Ooh.
And, like, you grab it, and you're like, all right, Epoch, kill me. Oh, my God!
Oh, shit. Having... Emblem's not a beefcake.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're literally not strong enough to hold on. Like, you keep dropping it, and so eventually they bring the Epoch down and set it in the water. And you all have to, like, haul it over the edge.
Alright. We put a few pieces of meat in water to soak. We'll give those to the mimics. And then we crack open this chest. Let's see what we found. It's bricks, isn't it? It's a chest of bricks. Yeah, you know what? I'm feeling spicy.
Surprise, the chest is a mimic.
Second mimic. Third mimic. Fuck me. Fourth mimic. Fuck. Oops, all mimics.
Are you just trying to, like, pick the lock open? Or are you, like, brute forcing it somehow? Those bricks have been in the family for generations.
You know what? Now I know that it wasn't necessarily from the Queen of Embers. It's from the God of Death, but repurposed for us. I'm going to use God Wrens to try and crack the thing open like a crowbar.
Okay, just give me a strength check.
Oh, okay. 8. Fucking hell.
Honestly, like, the seal on this thing is so tight you can't even get the blade in to, like, lever it open.
Okay. It's Dalfa in disguise. Neat.
It's Pandora's box.
So Emblem tries a few times to even make it, like, make sense, and just with the saddest deflated noise goes, Chaosu, can you open this for me?
He can try. Let's see. Where's his character sheet?
Fighting gods, no problem. Come up against one chest, the team is felled.
An unlocked door, my only weakness.
Fucking same!
Yeah. So he tries to get his, like, war pick in, but again, this chest is actually, like, really well made, and so he can't even get the tip of his war pick in to, like, lever it open.
I'd like to imagine both me and Chaosu looking like kids who've spilt, like, milk on their crayons, then look over to Amber and are like, Amber, we can't open this.
Let's see.
And Amber gets it first time.
Amber walks over and like pulls something out of her pocket and like looks over at you and like puts herself between you and the chest so you can't see what she's doing. And after a moment you hear and it pops open. And she just kind of stands up and goes, there you go. And goes back to the helm.
Sorry, Chas, we loosened it. We loosened it. Alright, let's have a look. Swear to God, if it's another smaller chest inside.
Inside there's a small chat note. No, you open it and yeah, it's just like full of coin.
Lovely. Alright. You know what? I'm gonna gently slide that into the area where Toothy would be. That way it's gonna be safe.
Like just inside the door.
Just inside the door.
Okay. So you open the door, and it takes both you and Charcy to like shimmy it because it's heavy. And yeah, the cabin is now significantly more full of like biomass. It's not completely filled up, but like the tendons and the veins and stuff that were going to the sides are a lot thicker now. You can just barely see the back of the cabin.
This is fine. This is fine.
Yeah. So you stick it just inside the door and then close the door.
Yeah, it'll be fine in there. Wraith. That is definitely a thought that Emberlyn Burns has had. But oh my god. And yeah, now that we've soaked the meat so it's a little bit more malleable, I've just put a few pieces in with the daggers, just to see if they're hungry.
Yeah, so you put them in there and they don't move. After a while, you're like, alright, whatever, and then you walk away, and then you just hear like shuffling coming from the box.
Proper gremlin style. Oh, love it, love it. Yeah, but okay, so we've got some supplies, we've got some more coinage. We've actually not been hurting for cash. But that's because we keep causing problems everywhere we go and we don't have time to fucking spend it.
I would like to note that the brief look you did look at the coins, it is very much like all cast and branded from the Emerald Shield.
Oh. Okay.
Like it's all like Emerald Shield coinage. It is still gold and silver and whatnot, but it's like cast in there like it's got the Goddess of Knowledge's like sigil on one side and I'm blanking on what her other symbol is.
We'll melt it down later, it'll be fine.
An eye with 3-pointed star in the center.
Okay.
But yeah. So, yeah, about a day after you pull that chest out of the water, you believe you can start to see the faint bluish dome of Gemma in the distance.
As we get closer, can we see any big skeletons?
Give me a perception check.
19.
Nope.
Ah, beans. Oh, we'll keep heading closer.
Yeah. Yeah, so you get closer, and there are a couple of ships circling the top of what is now. You can actually see the top of the shield is open like it used to be when you last visited. And as you get closer, you spyglass, and they are Golden Wake ships.
Woohoo! All right, let's go say hi. Friends, where are we going to park the Toothock? Do you think it'd be fine in the regular spots? Yeah, it'll be fine. Toothy's still regrowing anyway.
Um, so yeah, I think you like as you are approaching one of the other Golden Wake ships, kind of pulls up beside you and like clocks at your Golden Wake ships.
Yeah. Oh, and
They like
yeah. Oh, sorry. Just because Wraith was saying, do we have a way to announcement distance? We do. I believe we have thaumaturgy and our list of nonsense.
Yeah, so you can boom your voice out.
So we get to do. This is Emblem Burns Herald, the Queen of Embers, Golden Wake. Can I get a hello? Woo! They don't have to respond to that.
No, I think you do that, and the on either side of you there are like larger ships, like galleons and whatnot, and you just hear this like.
Yes.
One of them you see a smaller ship depart from it, like almost like a lifeboat, and kind of come down beside you. It's a single person piloting it. It's this little, almost like a canoe, basically. And he just waves at you and gives you the like follow me.
Okay.
And then he speeds in front of you, and you follow him down in. Eventually, he slows and gestures at a dock, and then speeds off.
Okay, let's get us parked up.
All right. So you get parked. You get the Tuthok all moored. As soon as you're like inside the dome, you actually notice the heartbeat gets a lot fainter. Like Toothy's almost like trying to quiet itself.
Okay. I don't know if it can understand us, but I kind of, just poking my little head in the door. I'm like, "Thank you, Toothy. Do you want anything?" I don't know how it would respond. Can we get you anything? Do you just want to have a little nap?
No, I mean Toothy couldn't talk when it was a full-grown ship.
I know. Like I said, Emblin's gotten weirdly paternal since it's now responsible for 3 mimics. Though I will say, and I guess this is a discussion for us all, because the gentleman who grew the mimics is from the Gemma, if I remember correctly. If he's still alive, should we bring the daggers to him so he can find them a new partner? Because I can't imagine Shasu or Amber is going to want to take it, and we've already got Godrend, so Roxas might want him.
Yes, Roran Eldman was the guy that asked you to take Toothy initially and like document its change.
Okay, well,
how it did in the field.
If he survived the siege, then yeah, we'll show him the Tuthok, and go from there.
Right. So you make your way down the tower, and looking around, the city is in various states of disarray. The Emerald Shield did like burn certain neighborhoods to the ground.
Fuck.
And so people are like, you see a bunch of people sorting through rubble. You see the Golden Wake is doing as best they can, but like they're hunters. They're not, structure workers.
So I'm trying to think who we need to go see. We should pop in the Golden Wake. Maybe if we head to the Golden Wake, we can send to see if what's his face? I want to say Arstrom, but it's not.
Knuckle?
Yes. See if Knuckle wants to have a pint and catch us up. I want to find out if those mechs got deployed. Go see if Glassjaw and the rest are around. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Unless any of you all have a suggestion, because, it feels like something is coming for us, and the Queen said let them find us, so... We could visit Gary's inventorium. Go say hi to Lanny. Lanny!
Okay. Because Lanny and Crumpet were kind of like just chilling, and we're like gonna try and stay away from adventure for a while.
Okay. Oh, so they might be hiding in the Golden Wake.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking. We head to the Golden Wake, send out some messages, see if anybody wants to come for a pint. Because yeah, let's catch up with the Golden Wake lot before we continue.
So you make your way through the streets. It's this really bizarre mixture of people sorting through the rubble of their own homes, trying to salvage anything. So there's this like sadness of like, I have lost so much, but there's also this kind of lighthearted like, oh my god, we finally got the Emerald Shield out of here. That was awful. So it's this really bizarre juxtaposition between the two. You walk up to the Golden Wake, and normally there's just like the bouncer, basically.
Yeah.
There is like 10 fully kitted hunters guarding the door.
With no sign of chill, upon seeing the 4 hunters, Evelyn just immediately goes, "Hey!"
Yeah, I think a lot of them kind of slowly reach for their weapons, and then one guy's like, no, it's fine. Like, and you recognize, like, you've seen him in there, like, once or twice, that he was like, oh, it's the dude drinking in the back. I was like, no, he's actually one of us.
Yeah. Before we head on in, just like to the 10 of them, I'd be like, okay, you gotta tell me, did you see the big skeletons?
Their eyes all just, like, bulge a little bit, like,
How awesome was that?
The one dude who recognized you was like, not the word I would use.
Emblyn is not picking up on the hint that it was horrifying for them, so Emblyn's still just riding high on kaiju skeleton. It's like, Emblyn, at this point, kind of resembles like a 10-year-old bragging about their parents. Like, yeah, I didn't do that, but I met the guy who did, and he was super cool, and we went to his island, and it was we had stew. It was real cool, and then we were on a little...
The guy, you see him like going...
I like to imagine Shasu just pushing me past them.
Yeah, Sharsu just grabs you and like pushes past, like, I am so sorry. You open the door to the Golden Wake, and there is a half-rotted turtle standing inside the door, also guarding. Everyone inside is doing really their best job to just avoid it.
Okay.
The eyes are like they're like this. It's dead, but it's still standing there, like guarding. And if you like look into its eyes, you see this very faint, like pinprick red light.
Evelyn kind of does like the back and forth to see if the light's following, like.
I mean, you do that, and it's just following. Like its head is following your movements because you're, like, it's moving. It's animated.
Yeah. Huh. And Evelyn, like, looking at it real close and turning back to it, it's like, you know, there was a time when this would have been the weirdest thing we'd seen all day. Huh. And then just walks on into the Golden Wake past it.
Yeah. There's several people with the, like, front desk person that are, like, filling out paperwork and getting paperwork back in return. You just, like, walking past and going to the bar.
We should check in and see if, like, Gloucester or anyone is checked in. Alright, a pint first, or, like, send out runners? No, you know what? Let's go do our boring stuff first before we get a bevy. So, okay, Emberlyn, realizing that now is not the time for libations, turns on heel and heads back towards the front desk.
Yeah. You have to like wait your turn for a minute, so you're like standing in line basically, as this poor clerical person is like checking this person's paperwork, filing it really quickly, handing another piece of paper to somebody else for them to fill out. He's like, no, you have to fill out the whole thing. Fill out the whole. I don't care. Fill out the whole thing. Well, also getting handed and like reading through something else and like stamping it. They just have like it's like a gallon of wax they keep ladling on and using a wax seal to like stamp things that they're approved. And you're standing in line, and you feel the incredibly cold barrel of a gun pointed to the back of your head. And then you hear it cock.
Emberlyn slowly puts their hands up in almost comedic style. Alright, I confess. I knew his name wasn't Lanny, and I called him that anyway. I just couldn't stop. He didn't correct me or anything. Go ahead,
And then
I deserve it.
you hear somebody, like the person who's holding the gun to your head, shift slightly, and in your ear you hear, "You could have warned me you were sending the undead, you dick." And then they remove the gun. Yeah, it's Mina.
Before they've even had the chance to put the gun away, we give him a big hug.
Yeah, you give him a hug. She's like, "Yeah, okay, good to see you too." And then their voice drops and goes, "It is also good to see you, Herald of the Queen."
With actually dropping the usual Emberlyn shenanigans, Emberlyn does a quick bow and a pleasure to see you again.
And actually, I don't think you've seen. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. I don't think you've seen the God of the Hunt like take over Mina.
No.
But eyes are black.
Yeah.
And like her canines are a little longer than you remember, and hers were
Okay.
already kind of long.
So yeah, I guess they're working together now. So yeah, after
She's the avatar of the hunt.
Yeah, they're a fucking team. It was like, so sorry about the giant skeletons. I knew we were getting help. Well, I asked for help. We got help. I didn't know what form it was going to take, and I was instructed very strictly not to follow them. It's a long story. If you've got time for a bevy, I'll tell you the whole thing, because we need to pull some people together and whatnot.
Just like, I mean, at some point, I'd love the story. We're trying to get you, and she like lowers her voice to just so you can hear it. She's like, "Your vampire friend gave us instructions on how to deal with," and she kind of gestures over at the the undead war turtle.
Is that his work, or was that how they were?
Nope, that's him. As he started killing, his army got bigger.
Huh. He's a real cool guy. And because it was the pistol that got the masterwork treatment, wasn't it? From the Vampire Island, it was one of the pistols that was worked on by the blacksmith guy. I was like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And then just kind of like with a little flourish, like, and their crafts, the cool little flourish and showing Mina the pistol, like, look at this. One of his
she
smiths
takes it and like,
made this.
yeah, she like gives it a once. She's like, "Dang it! Do you know where the island is?"
I kind of look at Amber as like, we could find our way back there at some point, right?
Amber goes, "I can definitely find my way back there." With the "and I will" implied.
Just flourish, reholster. So yeah, I'm on instruction just to let everybody know where the heck I am, and so yeah, Mina, if there's anything I can help into Gemma, so long as you can help me put the word out that Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers, now showing at the Tajemma Golden Week, then I mean, heck, you can put us to work.
What else are you gonna do? In the meantime, and she like jumps up on this poor cleric's desk, like not religious cleric, like clerical person's desk, and just screams across the Golden Wake at the bartenders and goes, "Hey, this lot never let their glasses be empty," and then jumps out. And this poor secretary is like, "There's a footprint on my paperwork now." She goes, "All right, I'll be back. I have to go help Glasgow or something, and he'll want to see you."
Okay. To the cleric.
And before
Oh.
She goes away. She goes, and he like grabs your arm and pulls you, and she goes, by the way, we might be engaged now, and just like walks away.
The noise Emberlyn Burns makes could best be described as the essence of a Real Housewives episode. It is a squee of happiness that, without context, makes no sense.
As she walks past, Amber just high fives her.
Oh. So spinning on a heel and putting down 5 gold. This is as an apology for whatever chaos we caused to the clerical individual. I need a rush job on a couple of things. I'm sorry, I know everything's manic. There are a couple of people I need to send runner to. If you could, if you could send.
Let me find somebody. Go sit down. I'll send them to you. Then they'll run your whatever. Just go sit down.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then, returning on full swagger, Emberlyn Burns walks into the bar and says, in full ridiculousness, I am Emberlyn Burns, herald of the Queen of Embers. Who wants to know about those cool-ass skeletons? Because I got a story to tell.
The bar just goes like, ah! The bartender just like immediately starts pouring you whatever you ask for.
Yeah.
Gets you food, etc. Did you leave Stabby and Bitey on the ship, or did you bring them with you?
We didn't specify. What do you think, friends? Would Emberlyn have brought them with? Or would Emberlyn have left them on the boat? Because I know we gave them food. I hope.
We gave them some food.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Wraith and Legend both say that Emberlyn wouldn't have left them alone, so yeah.
So they're like tucking your belt or something?
Yeah. They're wrapped and kind of tucked, you know.
Other question. So, like, your armor has a hole in it. Did you replace your undershirt, or are you just leaving the...
I'm just leaving the glow in there.
Okay.
It's partially because it's like, you know, this was a mark of the Queen of Embers. This is something to be worn with pride. And partially, like, when people get their first tattoo and they start wearing, like, low-cut sleeves and, like, looking at it, like, trying to get someone to ask about it. Whether or not people do, I don't know, but, like...
That's the thing I've actually never done. Despite having 2 shoulder tattoos, I do not wear sleeveless things.
But you know the vibe I'm going for.
Yeah. It's the dude who got a shoulder tattoo and suddenly only wears tank tops.
Yep.
Alright. And you're, like, being pestered by, like, you kind of recognize some of these people in passing, trying to get you to regale the story, like, oh, what's up, like, and, like, poking your chest, and then going, ow, Jesus!
Yep.
Is it still hot?
Oh no, it hasn't cooled off. This is from where my goddess, the Queen of Embers, restored my beating heart after it was blasted through by none other than Doubtful, the goddess of war herself. And, like, you gotta understand, Emberlyn is in full over-the-top story mode, leaping atop chairs, regaling the bar like there's no tomorrow. We got told to let people know we were here, and this is how we're gonna do it. You know, telling the tale of how, when threatened, they saw the gigantic Leviathan mimic hurtling down, and they said, no, this will not stand, and squarely they blasted the goddess in the back with their vampire-crafted pistol. It didn't do anything, and then she blew my hole open, my chest open, but up until that point, it was very heroic and dramatic.
Blowing your hole open is something very different.
Exactly. Sorry, different island.
I'm trying to remember the dude's name.
Yeah, and then moments before, Dalfa herself was destroyed, consumed by the new god of change. And you... Hang on, I want to get that one right, because it is Hex, the god of change. I don't think we'll highlight the fact that it was the same little kobold that was following us around. I like the idea of just focusing on Hex as he is now, you know?
But yes.
Sorry.
Eventually a runner comes up to you. It's just the Skyrim messenger It's that guy. I was trying to find the voice actor's name and I can't find it. But is there to like tell me who you need to run messages to. This dude is panting like,
yeah.
Okay. All right, give me messages. Who am I taking them to?
Okay, first up, we need you to, if you can, summon Ardrum Nakla, and I understand that's a big ask. Let him know that Emberlyn Burns of the Tuthok, formerly the Epoch, requests an audience down here at the Golden Wake. I need you to stop in at what was the mimic researcher?
Edwin Warwick, I believe.
I need you to stop in this location, find Edwin Lorick, summon him as well. And I think that's all for the folks, the Gemin folks. Rowan Eldwin, thank you, Dorchis.
Thank you. That was way off. How many names?
Well, Moose, I wasn't going to mention that it was Hex, one of ours, because I don't think we're supposed to be spreading around that anyone can be a god. I think we're supposed to keep that on the down low.
So yeah, he's got it and like sprints off. Probably stopped at the front desk to like figure out where the fuck these people live.
Yeah.
First, and then yeah, out the door. This person is gonna be. They've got like 100,000 steps today.
Oh yeah.
After a while, it kind of settles down into everyone's drinking and having a time. Mostly relaxing after like all the fighting.
Yeah.
You hear some of the story of like when the skeletons showed up. There was effectively some of the Golden Wake basically hiding in plain sight, pretending to not be fighters, pretending to not be of the Golden Wake. And the second they're like, oh, we've got outside help? Revolution, let's fucking go. And just like cause chaos within to help also the chaos from without. You hear some of the horror stories of like, yeah, I saw a turtle get impaled by a skeleton, and then like 2 minutes later it stood up and started fighting for us.
The Cooper Trooper scenario.
There's a dude who's like, people tell you like, yeah, there's a dude who's sitting in the corner who's like, he's not even drinking, he's just white knuckling his drink. They're like, he claims he saw the first vampire. Like, we're not sure if he did or not, but given everything that's going on, he might have.
All right, friends, do we want to help this person or do we want to fuck with them? Because we can be like, oh, wait, is it Lanny? Do we know them?
No, you don't know them.
Damn it, that would be too... Or Lanny. Because we could be like...
Did you ask about Lanny?
Actually, no, we haven't asked about Lanny. Shit, we should do that. You know what? We will help them. And it's like, as they're regaling the story, it's like, oh no. If he says he saw him, then he did. We met with the first vampire. By the way, an incredibly gracious host and a lovely individual.
Everyone's like, oh, wouldn't have called that.
But yeah, no.
And they all kind of like start trying to like sneak looks at your neck.
The fact that he came down to fight alongside everyone is... I wish I could have seen it.
He's like,
Yeah.
None of us did. That's the only person that did.
You know what? Any other time I'd go and question him. I think we should leave him alone.
Alright. I think Amber takes, like, literally just reaches over the bar, grabs a bottle, walks over, pours it in this dude's drink, sets it down, whispers something in his ear. He looks horrified at her as she walks away, and then he just downs it and then just starts refilling his drink.
You know what? Not gonna poke that. Not gonna poke that. God, yeah. So Moose, we haven't found another herald yet. Oh, although person has seen the vampire and survived. No, you know what? Let's leave them alone. They don't need to. It sounds like they've done their time. We'll keep an eye out.
So yeah, things have generally settled down in the Golden Wake. You're drinking, eating. The bartender's just bringing you whatever the fuck you want. Like, after a while, you hear a gruff voice say, "You son of a bitch!" It like pulls you up from like by your collar, and like lifts you up a little bit. And you're like, "Oh god!" And then it's Glassjaw. He's like, "Thank fuck," and just like drops you and then gives you a big old bear hug.
I just love the idea that Emberlyn would be like, "Yay!" But Emberlyn's been completely pulled off the ground.
Yeah. I think it's probably lets you go and does a like real quick, so you're still hanging.
Oh, Glassjaw, you beautiful person! I was so worried. I was so worried. We were.
Yeah, sorry, I've been a little busy. Kind of like finally sets you down. He goes, "We're getting a bonfire. Your friend told us to." And he gestures over at the undead turtle, like burn all the flesh off him. Sanitary reasons, apparently.
Yeah, it'll help with the smell. I'm glad he's with us. But yeah, we were in Deladar when Delpha decided to personally send us a threadogram. We tried to get hold of y'all. No one at the Deladar Wake could get hold of anyone else. We were freaking out for a good while. Looks over at Justin, looks over at Amber. Alright, I was freaking out for a while.
So, like, not Delpha. Delpha is,
Oh, yes, sorry. Delpha was the trickster.
Trickster, yeah.
Fucking...
But anyway.
Yeah. So, I have been freaking out for days.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, so we're taking a bunch of the rubble, building a bonfire. He gave us a command word to make them all walk into it. It should be ready sometime tomorrow. But yeah, these, and just gestures, are stationed about once a block. They're just a grid throughout the city, keeping an eye on things. If there's any civil distress, they break it up just because they're terrifying, but otherwise they're not causing any harm, and I am very okay with it.
Well, as I said to Mina, also congratulations. Evelyn Beams.
Like this around.
We've been instructed to basically let everybody know that we're here, and so if there's anything we can help with, for the first time in a long time, we don't have anything to be rushing off to right now. So, you know, if you need help with fire, and Emberlyn gives a little flourish, that's kind of my thing.
He goes, you know what? And gives you like a slap on the shoulder that like rocks you a bit because he's a big dude. He goes, we'll have you light the bonfire tomorrow.
It would be an honor.
In the meantime, I haven't eaten in 2 days. I'm gonna go eat my own weight in whatever they happen to have ready.
Okay. Oh, and Glassjaw. One last thing. Who asked who?
And he looks around. Actually, roll me a persuasion check.
Oh! Persuasion 5, critical fail.
He looks at you, looks almost offended, and straightens his jacket and goes, "Gentleman never kisses and tells," and then just walks away.
All right. Well, while we're waiting for people, we'll just continue applying beverages to ourselves and others and regaling tales.
Yeah. So you get a room for the night. What? Actually, you're probably like carried to a room at some point. Okay, he's done. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution 19.
You wake up the next morning, it's like noon, but your hangover is not nearly as bad as it should be.
Yes!
There's a pitcher of water on your nightstand that's like half drunk.
Oh, God bless Emberlyn of the past remembering to hydrate.
And I think you're woken up by somebody like. You can tell it was a knock at first, like you kind of hear like a knock knock knock, and at this point it's a boom 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 boom, like trying to wake you the fuck up.
Okay. I'm up. Oh, we got bonfire detail today. Okay. Oh, okay.
I assume you answered the door.
Yes.
It's the runner that you sent out.
Oh.
It's like bags under his eyes. He's like, I found Ronan Erwin. It's downstairs. Ardo Knackle apparently fled the city at some point.
Well, hopefully he's okay. Thank you. And you know what? Fuck it.
For what it's worth,
Oh.
when I tried to find him, warehouse was empty.
Okay. You probably head to the Red Isles. Well, thank you. And I palm him like 10 gold.
Okay. He doesn't even look at it. Like, thank you. Go grab some breakfast and go past that. And then halfway down the stairs, he actually looks at what you palmed him, and then stops and like looks back at you like, what the fuck?
Oh.
Because for the record, 10 gold is like a week's pay.
I mean, dude ran through the night, like, and we've got a chest of gold to convert at some point, so. Just a little thumbs up from the door. Okay. So yeah, let's go talk to our mimicky friend, and then we're on bonfire detail. So,
All right.
carrying a full glass of water with us as we totter downstairs and sip in. God, I hope we drunkenly remembered to fed the mimics before we went to bed last night. Fingers crossed.
We'll remember that. So you make your way downstairs. You look like hell, for the record.
Yeah.
Like you're bracing yourself against the wall. Like, yeah, your hangover's not as bad as it should be. You still have a hangover. You scan the room. You see Rohit Eldwin sitting there very nervously with like a glass of whiskey or something. He's covered in dirt. It looks like he's been digging through probably the remains of his tower for who knows how long.
Yeah. Hello, friend. Oh, hello, friend. And I hungoverly totter over to the table.
He's like, hello, Emmeline. Join me, please. I understand you wanted to see me. Sorry it took me so long. I was trying to salvage whatever research I could.
Were the mimics lost in the fight? In the battle?
Just looks at the table and kind of slowly nods. Says, fortunately, when the Emerald Shields came, they didn't take kindly to a tower full of mimics that I had trained.
I'm so sorry. Well, I have tales to tell you. So, I don't know if you're drinking. I'm just gonna get, like, a tea. Can I please have a tea? I'd love some tea. I have a story to tell you. And then, without giving the...
What became of Good Toothy?
Without giving the poor guy, like, a moment... a moment to absorb the information, regales the full story of, like, Toothy growing, becoming the Leviathan, the stories of, like, Hex the Sky Pirate and the consumption. And then we glaze over Hex becoming the god of change and eating the mimic flesh. But we tell of the sad passing of Toothy eventually being felled by the goddess of war, only to be imbued into the Toothok, the Toothy Epoch. Which we promised that we will show him later, but again, we're not even pausing for breaks with this poor guy. And then, like, gently, as if like putting a baby on, we put down Stabby and Bitey on the table, and it's like, and these were the two that Toothy and Hex left us with, and I don't know how to raise them.
This dude's eye, you've never seen someone's eyes look like they're about to pop out of their skull more than in this moment.
Yeah. Oh, yes, legend. That's how we end it. And I guess you're a grandfather. The dagger so gently down.
He just like looks at them and looks at you and goes,
Now,
I would
friends,
very much like to see the ship.
absolutely. Although either myself or Amber or Chas, well, myself or Amber can take you up there later. I don't think there'll be a problem, but I think you're going to want to have someone that Toothy knows, well, knew Toothy knows well.
Yes, no, that sounds like a good idea. And he reaches out and he places one hand on each of the blades. It's like, hello, little ones. And on both of them, you just see in like where the crossguard meets the blade, an eyeball pop open on each one and look at him and make this weird little like cooing, gurgling sound.
Oh, Melissa! That's not me. That is what Emberlyn says are babies. Now, to all of your lovely selves watching, I think that we should put them into his care. I don't think we're going to get the chance to use them, and I'm a little worried about them getting murderated in the process. You know? But I'd like to know what all of you think. Because I think it's, like, Amber has the bagpipes of I'll fucking stab you. I'll fucking explode you. Sharsu is his war pick. You know, Syroxis is Syroxis. I don't know if we should give him living weapons. And, you know, Emberlyn already has more toys to play with and they know what to do. Exactly, Legend. That's the thing that, you know, Emberlyn's whole paternal bit. Scotty says we leave him here. You only lose him at cards somewhere. So yeah. Wraith is also in agreement. It's alright, like, Moose, if we leave him here, like, the Tuthok, we'll explain it to them. They'll understand. And they'll do well taking care of Rowan. And he lost all of his other little mimics. Yeah, we'll leave him here, and we'll come and visit them. Because for as long as we have the... Yes.
So you're offering to leave him with him?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure all of Emberlyn's brain was all in agreement. But yeah, so we're going to offer them to him to look after. And it's like, I don't know what more we have in store. You've seen the fighting and things that have happened here, and I don't know if we're going to be leaping into the fray again, but I think they need a caring home for now till they can grow up.
He nods, goes, I appreciate it, and he kind of looks around. He very specifically chose like a corner booth.
Yeah.
And he says something in a language you don't understand as he's like placing his hands on the blades, and he's got a bracelet on each wrist.
Yeah.
And you see the eyeballs pop up on each one. He goes,
little family.
I did not lose everything. And he says something again in a language you don't comprehend. And the two daggers turn into just a pile of pseudopods and then latch onto him and go and create additional rings around his wrists.
Aww.
No, I thank you. If nothing else, the two that I had kept me alive.
I'm glad to hear.
Having a little bit more would be helpful.
And we take his hands, but we're not looking at him. We're looking at the new rings, and we're like, okay, Stabby, Bitey, you're going to be staying here, but we're going to come visit. Tuthok's going to come see you as well, so you be good for your granddad, okay? I don't even know if they fucking understand. It doesn't matter. This is purely for Emberlyn.
You see them, like, they don't respond, like, verbally, but the shape of them, like, ripples a little bit.
Okay. So we promised the wake we would help them with the bonfire situation. So I'm going to get some tea and some breakfast in me and go help. But I believe
you get told that the bonfire is going to be a sunset thing of this day, as almost
okay.
faux a cleansing the place and as kind of a memorial for those that were fallen.
Okay. Could we hand Wavium showing this guy the Toothark and like getting him to like inspect it, as it is something that's tied very closely to the Queen of Embers? I don't want to just send him by himself in case it goes, "You don't worship my god." Blah.
Yeah. So you go and you show him the Toothark. Can you roll a perception check for me?
20. Dirty 20. Fuck's sake.
Your ship's not that big. Or wasn't that big. At some point, you've been on it long enough. You've counted like how many boards wide it is. It's now like 2 or 3 boards wider.
Huh. Good Toothy.
And he opens the cabin door and like he starts frantically like scribbling notes.
It's bigger on the inside.
And actually, like a couple times as you're walking around the deck, where your foot should make a like on wood sound, sounds not quite right. It's a little soft. I don't know if you ever stepped on like rotting wood. It's a little like that.
Ever so slightly squidgy.
It's a little squidgy.
I have a feeling that Toothy's feeding off the crystals at the moment, which is why it's growing. So I think we're okay for the moment, but we might want to consider some snacks for it in the future. How it's going to eat? Let's not think about that right now. Fucking maw opens up at the front.
I mean, that's how Toothy was. It was just a maw at the front. Yeah, I think we can otherwise hand wave towards the city. Kind of goes quiet, and you see a bunch of people moving towards a central location. I do need to take another bio break because I broke the seal. And
yeah.
So now I have to pee. But there's also a good point to take a little respite.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I hope you're all happy with the choices so far. I really wanted to make sure those little daggers were safe. I am emotionally invested. All right. I thought Hex was gonna get fucking murked. Because here's the thing, like, all throughout season 1 of Memnull, Baron took great joy in saying, "Hannah's dead. Hannah's dead. Hannah's dead." And that didn't happen. And this one, I was like, would Baron text me at 1 o'clock in the morning to say Hex is going to die and then kill Hex the next day? I'm like, that would be a double feign. Yeah, I'm their godparent. Well, we're their godparent. Yeah, we nearly cried over a mimic. Poor Toothy. Also terrifying when you think like Toothy was big and strong enough to eat leviathans. Toothy ate 1 spear from the goddess of war and was donezo. Maybe my plan to distract her wasn't the smartest. The return to Memnull. But yeah, I hope you're all okay with that one. Sorry, Moose said, strictly speaking, pretty sure Hex is the godparent now. Yep. And what I'm thinking is that we'll head for the bonfire and we'll see if they'll let us do like a little speech about, you know, friends found and, you know, the goddess of Embers putting me on this path. The Queen of Embers putting me on this path and so on and so forth. You know. Again, she told us, let people find you, and we're kind of I don't know if we're waiting for Godot or if we're ringing the dinner bell. I have no idea which. But, you know, we got told what to do. And if that involves getting loudly shithoused in the guild and then making big speeches, then, somehow we will fall on that grenade together. I hate doing both of those things. Wraith, it'd be rude not to. Be rude not to. But... what a fucking ride.
Alright, sorry, I thought I was also topping off my drink.
Surprise! The person looking for you is Astri Tabitha. You find out when your bed explodes. The Boom Assassin. We haven't had a chance to use the Boom Assassin card yet. Maybe that'll be just like the unresolved nonsense. I am going to do the same though, just because rotatey potato.
Go forth and conquer.
Whew. I know, but they're very cute.
I mean, Wraith, you've accidentally met the Sobaxi's parent. That was last episode. Astrotabla exploding, Manuel exploding. Ember's bed is the behind-the-scenes Patreon paywall for Memdol After Dark. It's the erotic fanfiction that I wrote. Oh, is it fanfiction if it's your own creation? I don't know. Sure it is. You may find your artwork. The thing is, I'm not. If you submit their father as a random fact character, perhaps Baron wouldn't notice for the third time. I'm amazed that's happened twice, honestly. That was genuinely, I just did not fucking read the full description before I chose character. Ian and Gloucester have to really replace their frames. They've given up at this point. There's a match on the floor. I choose to believe Will is just having an existential crisis in the bathroom right now. If that frame is a mimic, you don't have to replace it.
Hello there.
Will, can you confirm or deny whether or not you talk to yourself in the mirror in the bathroom during this?
I do. Could you hear it?
No, but
Oh.
The Yam believes that, so I had to ask.
I mean, I talk to myself fucking constantly. Like, I've said multiple times that, like, this isn't like an act I put on. Well, okay, tabletop, but streaming is not an act I put on. I am very much in verbose mode, especially when I'm on my own. So, partially the reason why I mute the mic usually when I take a break, so you don't hear me nattering around the flat. I will leap up in just a second to pour my tea, but I think we can have met Devershi, met IRL, can confirm, very chatty. It's well recorded. Okay.
State kind of president is real world equivalent of mimic pets.
It's just, the concept of like the surprise mimic, the thing that you do not expect to be a mimic is an idea that has percolated for many years in D&D, but I feel like we've done something fun with it, The mimic weapon is an interesting one, but this is like another level. I like that. We now have like a mimic weapon family.
Yeah.
And yeah, there was little fire. There was no screeching this time, mainly because the amount of like sharks attacking me was significantly less. Still can't believe that's the clip you chose.
Who's that? Oh, there.
Okay.
Next session. Next season. Whip character is a mimic with amnesia.
Mimic equals null. Writes itself. Okay. Before we continue, just the state to which I do talk to myself and the guinea pigs is probably resulting in me becoming very peculiar. But what did make me laugh was, I can't remember if it was yesterday or the other day, where I was cleaning the kitchen, I'm nattering about, and I'm talking at the guinea pigs, and Cleona dead-eyes me. Looks at me, realises she's not going to get any food, and just turns her back on me and goes into a little hutch and ignores me. I got dissed and dismissed by my own pets.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Okay, tea has been poured. Mimic inspection has been done. And I believe we were following everyone towards the, I assume what's going to be the bonfire.
Yeah. So you go towards roughly the base of the tower. It's probably like 3 or 4 blocks off to the east. This whole neighborhood has been just torched. And they brought in a lot of the lumber that they've salvaged from other areas that were torched and put out. And they've built a giant, not like a tall bonfire, but they've taken like 2 or 3 square blocks of the city and just laid like 3 foot of lumber. Caffeine, welcome back.
Whoop whoop.
And there is what looks to be the remnants of a statue that has been toppled. So there's just a stone like pillar, basically, that someone's leaned a ladder up against. And you see Glassjaw and Minas standing at the base of it, chatting amongst themselves with a couple of other people.
Totter on over there, doing a little flourish with so, mind if I say a few words and start a little fire?
Goes, yeah, let me set the stage for you. And as he actually, roll me a perception check.
9.
Honestly, I'm gonna let you take the 19 because at this point you would have advantage on this. As he turns to go and like step up the ladder, you see Mina just slap his ass.
Love it.
Also, Floyd Cup's back.
Oh. The Cup of Void.
He gets up, and he raises his hands, and everyone quiets down. And he gives off this long-winded speech that I'm not going to go all the way into, but it's like, we've faced many hardships. We've all been here together through the siege, through them taking over. You all stepped up and took it back. Blah blah blah. With the aid of some outside help. He very specifically does not say a name. But we are now here to both commemorate the fallen, symbolize the rebirth of this city and what it will become, and also cleanse this god-awful rotting flesh smell. Please, dear God. Without further ado, Emberlyn Burns, herald of the Queen of Embers. And he gestures down at you and he just hops off the pedestal.
Up we totter. Now, obviously, we're thaumaturging this. This is full booming voice.
Yeah, so you get up there and you look around, and it is, as far as you can tell, the entirety of the city. So, there are people half a mile back.
People!
But, all the way around. Just sea of people.
People of the free city of Tajema. Pause for applause.
Yeah, there's a... Yeah!
I am Emberlyn Burns, herald of the Queen of Embers, and I would like to tell you a tale. My goddess put me on a path. And don't worry, it's a short story. My goddess put me on a path that led me across these many isles. I've been as far as the red. I've been as far as the green. I have been to Deladar and back. And let me tell you, no better food than Tajema. I have shook hands with the god of undeath himself, who fought and battled and helped liberate this very city. I stood in the prowling grounds of the great hunter of the old gods. I'm forgetting names, friends, so please let me hand-wave him this.
They also wouldn't know them. So,
Yeah.
honestly, just describing them would be more helpful than saying this person, because they wouldn't know who that was.
The deep beast, one of the old gods, who walks among us now. I was there when the god of change themselves tore the head of the goddess of war, the one who would lead forces to this very gate, who would try and throw everything that we love in turmoil. Were it not for the great Queen of Embers, I would not be standing here. These forces would not have come to our aid. And for that, I will be eternally grateful. But do you know what? Even without that, I think the city would have stood. Even without that, I think this would still be the free city of Tajema. Because what are gods, if not the focus of our courage, our love, and our worship? What is strength, if not the people together? And what is victory, if not overcoming the impossible? With the help of the gods, this city stands free, but it is by the strength of the people that it fucking happened. Once again, let's hear it for the free city of Tajema, and just Emberlyn Burns just opens up a cone of flame down towards the bonfire.
Yeah. The city erupts.
Oh.
I've been to all these places, seen all these things, and just flew in yesterday from epic battle, and wow, are my arms tired.
Hey, okay, tap, tap, tap. All right, do we have anyone in from Vampire Island? Do we have any out of towners? The Emberlyn Burns Type 5. Sorry.
Yeah, you fire, and all of the wood just goes up instantly. Mina effortlessly, does not use her hands, just jumps up on the platform, looks out across the crowd, and again in that language that you do not speak, but that gives you a little bit of nausea, says something, and you can feel it ripple through the crowd. and then you see movement. And every single thing that was raised and is currently undead starts moving, and people just start parting and letting them pass by.
Yeah.
And they just walk into the fire and stand there.
Okay.
And there's just like this, like after the initial like, yeah, everyone just kind of sits and is dead silent. You just hear the roaring of the fire and smell the unfortunate smell of flesh burning.
Is this a I now want street meat hungry kind of flesh burning, or I'll never forget this horror?
It does not smell good. It is awful. Most of them are turtles, so they don't have hair, but some of them are not turtles, and so there's hair burning. And if you've ever smelled hair burning, it is an abysmal smell.
Yep.
Flaccid Yang was hot.
It's awful and it's
After
awful.
After a while, you see the fire out of nowhere become more intense and like shoot up and start to almost do the like fire tornado thing, and then just collapses and is out. And in the ashes that settle, you just see these blackened skeletons standing there. And they all wordlessly, silently, other than the clacking of their bones on the pavement, move back to their former positions.
Damn. Ugh, damn. I want to think about eyeballs. That's a memory. Okay. Right, so climbing down from the dais and kind of looking to Glastra and Mina and went, well, that's something that will haunt me for the rest of my days. Anything else I can help with?
Yes. I don't think so, but we'll let you know if there is. Otherwise, we're gonna get back to organizing. Well, helping them found a new government because they killed all of the government heads.
Yeah, I heard
we
Ardstrom
definitely do not.
I heard Ardstrom made a break for it.
Yeah, he bailed before the Emerald Shield even got here.
I got a theory. He went to the Red Isles. So I don't know if he ran away so much as ran to a different fight, but I'm just guessing at this point.
I'm not sure, but we definitely do not want to be the government. That's bad.
You know, that sounds like an awful lot of work.
But we will help them reestablish and protect them until then. Yeah, I don't know. Enjoy some relaxation, I guess.
Yeah. All right.
Check in, and she like grabs your arm as before you turn around. Says, and whenever you check into a Golden Awake, make sure you check your mail. You might be getting an invitation. And like pats you on the shoulder.
Emberlyn grins like a complete loon, like, ha. I'm sure I have no idea what you could mean, Mina.
She punches you in the arm and then just turns and walks away.
Leaning over to Amber, so here's a thought. If she's the avatar of the hunt, and the god of the hunt is also entwined with her being, does that mean it's a three-way marriage?
Emma just goes, You know what, honestly, knowing Mina, she's probably in.
And then, right. Well, you heard Glassjaw. Till my queen has need of me, all I really need to do is put the word out. I figure, because it's what, evening now? Like, I figure...
Yeah, it's about sundown. Sundown is as this town ever gets.
I'm going to hit the wake, have myself a pint and dinner. If we've still got nothing to do tomorrow, I'm just going to help with the restoration efforts. I don't know, maybe paint some Queen of Embers murals Ever painted a mural before? I assume painting a big mural is real easy, right, Ember? Like I could, Amber, like I could just do that, right?
You can. It might not be good.
When has that ever stopped us?
You gotta go there. It's fair. That never does stop you.
Okay.
So unless you have anything else you would like to do specifically.
The only thing I was going to do was at the wake just have a message like beamed over to Deladar, letting them know that city's liberated, Golden Wake has been stopped. But maybe check in on your little downstairs friends now.
Emerald Shield, but I know what you meant.
Sorry, yes, Emerald Shield has been stopped. But I know we won't get a response from them, so it's just kind of like a telegram.
Yeah. So you do that. You spend a couple days, like, helping, I don't know, distribute food, scoop rubble.
Yeah, I mean, we can handle hot things more than most people, so, like, any of the still burning stuff we can help with. I'd like to roll at trying to paint a mural, or, you know, maybe try and etch one with some charcoal.
Okay, how big of a mural? We're talking, like, the side of a building? We're talking, like,
we'll
3 by 3?
A half building.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a performance check with disadvantage.
With disadvantage?
I'm sorry, do you have painting skills?
I might.
In the 9 months you've been alive?
All right.
Have you painted? Have you written anything in the 9 months you've been alive?
We've written some things. We scribbled in the book. You know, dedicated to Idrith, Queen of Embers. We wrote that with hands. That might be the only thing we've written. All right. Performance with disadvantage.
Can anybody else read it?
Touche. Come on. All right, God of Dice. I don't ask you for much. And I should probably use this at another time, but come on. I deserve this. All right, here we go. Performance with disadvantage. Fuck. It is a critical fail. It's a critical
finish, and Amber walks up and goes, It's supposed to be abstract, right? Because it looks like it. Sharsu? He's the red bit over there is clearly representative of our past experiences. And
yeah, no, Chelsea, you're right. That's what I was going for. I wanted to show the whole arc whilst also honouring the journey we've been on.
Yeah, no, I could definitely see. Relax, you see what Emberlyn was going for, right? And Relexus, who's just pouring himself a drink, goes, "I'm colorblind." Takes a drink. Oops, all dongs.
I was about to say, I accidentally drew a penis, didn't I?
No, I think it's just splotches of color, and you're like, yeah, no, I'm proud of this. And you turn around, and as you walk away, someone walks up and is like, fucking vandals, and starts just painting over it with white paint. You never see them do it.
Oh god, I just can't believe... that's the critical fail. Of course it is. It's not figure, it's an experience. No one understands my art.
So I think probably 6 days later, you spent a decent amount of time. You spent a day on the mural.
Yeah.
And then someone spent an hour covering it up. But you go around, and you start tearing apart some of the stuff that's still smoldering, and you're resistant to that, so you help.
Yeah.
undig stuff, put fires out, that kind of stuff.
It's probably getting obnoxious that every time I meet someone, it's like Emily Burns, Herald the Queen of Embers, as almost like one word. But letting people know we're here.
Carrying something with both hands, like,
Yeah.
okay, hi. You're sitting down at the Golden Wake at some point for dinner, and Glassjaw walks in the front door, scans the room, sees you, and walks over to you.
Okay.
Like, beelines it to you.
Okay. Hey! I've been helping.
He goes, and it's appreciated. There is a ship that is wanting to dock,
Okay.
and they asked for you by name.
Do they want us to fly out and meet them before they dock, or?
No. When asked, at this point, we're asking what their purpose of being in the city is. They said they are looking for you.
Okay. Did you get the name of the ship?
Don't make me make up names of ships.
Oh, because the only other one that we know by name is the Curse of Anguish. And if it's like the Tugboat of Anguish or something, the leftover bits that Toothy didn't eat of Anguish.
Hold on, I actually do have this somewhere. I think.
Oh, the Curse of Anguish is named the cult. The Malediction? The Tug of Unrest.
The Malediction, I believe, was the pirate ship.
Yeah. The Clingy Dingy of Anguish. Fuck. I really like the Tugboat of Anguish.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this. All right. Random name generator. I did not have people generate ship names.
I guess we didn't think we'd go through them quite so quickly.
Well, I had people make place and people names, not ship names.
Yeah.
But that is a thing that I have a generator for. Ship names. It is the Sovereign.
Okay.
And Glassjaw pauses and says, they also did identify that they are aligned with the Curse of Anguish. It's all black-scaled dragonborn.
Okay. Well, Madame Von Goddess of War is toast, so they either want clarity or revenge. And it's maybe both? I'll meet them outside the door to the wake, and if they choose to eat me, then we won't mess up the tables inside.
Glassjaw goes, can I recommend you have them meet you inside, and then you have a bunch of Golden Wake members around you?
Well, if you want to be sensible about it, Glassjaw. God.
I'd rather not lose our conduit to a deity.
You're right. Just
And then
didn't...
under his breath goes, I said was fucking once.
Okay, well, I'm happy to meet them here. I was told whoever it was looking for me, I had to wait for him. I guess this is them.
So, alright, we will allow them to dock. Do you want to let all of them on the island, or just chosen representative?
Honestly, we've got an army of skeletons. Like, they don't have any stake in retaking Tajema, so far as I know, so I say fair game.
Actually, go ahead and roll me a history check.
Six.
You've never heard of the Curse of English.
Had I not? Oh, no, because we met
Emberlyn Burns has not.
We met No, we got a vision of the. It was the Dogs of War.
No, because somebody in the chat will. The Curse of Anguish is when we finally came back. You RP'd somebody who was a member of the Curse of Anguish, questioning somebody from the Golden Wake, and you murdered them a lot, Dad.
Yeah. So, yeah, record scratch. So, tell him to send a delegation. Don't tell him to send them all. Because I was mistaking them for the peeps in the Red Isle. Yeah. But yeah, yes, that was it. They were the religious nuts. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So Glassjaw, tell them to send a delegation in, and I'll happily meet them inside. I'm glad.
All right.
One of us is being sensible.
He sends off word, and then he like says something to someone, like just another guild member, and then you just see a ripple of communication around the bar of everyone. A couple of people leave and come back, and they've got their weapons equipped. Not like at the ready, but like they've got them on them now.
Yeah, we're all just here having a bevy. It's fine.
We're hunters. Like, of course we have weapons on us. It's fine.
It's our job. We're Golden Wake.
Honestly, it's probably an excruciating like 2 hours later of getting them docked and be like, no, a delegation of you can come aboard.
Not a warship's worth.
And after a while, you hear a commotion at the door. You've probably like just finished your dinner. Have a sip of something lovely and refreshing. And there's a bit of a commotion outside. And then, like, there's a commotion outside, and the bar goes silent. Like, everyone just knows they're like, this is the thing we were all waiting for.
I give them the hoarse whisper of act natural. Be cool.
A bunch of people are doing the like, yes, rabble.
Rhubarb. Potato rhubarb.
Rabble. And the clerk at the front desk goes, Emberlyn Burns?
Here.
You've got a visitor.
I stand up and again, like, jubilant, go, you must be the delegation. Emberlyn Burns, herald of the Queen of Embers. Please, come take a seat. Refreshment and food if you would like.
Sorry. So 3 black scale dragonborn with black and gold armor stride in. They make them check their weapons at the door, which they are very reluctant to do. Like the leader, clearly it's like one up front and like 2 guards. The leader, takes off his sword and dagger and like hands it over, and the other 2 were like, and he barks something at them, and they very reluctantly like relinquish their weapons.
Okay, and Emberlyn saw this, right? So,
yeah.
Okay, cool. So, please come take a seat.
Somebody, I think a couple people like move so that there's a table where you can all like sit down. Where you are then surrounded by the rest of the bar.
Emberlyn is doing their best to make this seem casual. Like, thanks, Frank. You didn't have to give up your seat. Well, thank you. All right, I'll get your bevy later. We don't know that person's name. Their name is not Frank. As they're coming to sit, I start with the apologies off the bat. Like, I'm so sorry. Everyone's very, very jumpy at the moment. We just finished rebuilding this city. And everyone's still very much on edge. So I hope you'll forgive the heightened security.
I understand. Actually, he pauses and started to say something, and then you realize that he's speaking in Draconic and like stops himself and then switches to common. Goes, I understand. We do not generally meddle in such things. But I understand the trepidation.
Oh, well.
And then gestures at the seat and goes, may I sit?
Absolutely, please.
He does. His two comrades do not sit. They just flank behind him.
Oh, good.
Like,
Oh,
arms, like, at attention, flank behind him. Can you roll me a nature check?
Ooh. 17. Where the fuck was that
You're
earlier?
suddenly keenly aware that Dragonborn have breath weapons.
Oh, fuck. Hooray! Would I know what kind of breath they get? I mean, I would assume spicy fire, but would I know?
Black Dragonborn, I believe, is fire.
Okay.
Somebody correct me in chat if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure black is fire.
Okay. I have... Sorry. So this will shock you, but I've actually been waiting for you. So, I mean, you've heard my introduction. How should I address you?
So I'm trying to take notes in the tiniest way that I do.
Yeah. Scotty, no. Scotty, no. And apparently black is acid.
Oh, it's acid. You're right, it is acid.
Yeah. Oh, good. I wasn't worried when it was fire, but Emberlyn wouldn't know that.
Yeah.
So Emberlyn's assuming fire.
That's not how you spell that, but whatever. Okay. He looks at you and says, I am Anazar, Admiral of the fleet of the Curse of Anguish. The Revered has sent us out to find you and bring you back.
Now, please forgive my ignorance. Who is the Revered?
To know the Revered's true name is a sacred thing. It is our... And, I'm sorry, I forget, do you speak Draconic? I think you do. It's on core.
Core languages. We did not fill out languages. So, Dorja says we know Common and Infernal.
Okay. Says something in... You at least recognize this Draconic. Like, as the, like, thinking, our leader, our ruler, and one of the guards, like, mutter something in Draconic. He goes, our god.
Ah!
Our god. To speak the name is mildly blasphemous if you have not been given permission to speak the name.
Ah, my apologies.
And thus we say the beard.
Well, if you...
Give me an insight check.
23. What the fuck? Just want to point out, if we got this during the art, this was 23, and at disadvantage, 21. Both dirty. We could paint the best fucking mural. God damn it. Sorry, yeah.
He is being like, he's trying to explain, like, in a snapshot of their culture, like, genuinely, we do not, like, you don't think this dude knows his god's name. It is heresy and, like, disrespectful to say the god's name unless you have been given direct permission by their god to say their name.
Okay. So yeah,
like, he is being genuine. He's like, he probably doesn't know.
Sorry to throw things at you very quickly, I have been instructed by my god to, well, I guess to come with you. I'd love to know more.
He looks genuinely surprised. like looks at both of his flanking, and it's like, and they're both like, what the.
So, I mean, I'd love to know a little bit more about your good self. Oh, that was a very Will's thing to say. I'd love to know more about, your order, and I'd love to know more about. I heard your ship is very impressive, but honestly, we can get underway this afternoon if needs be. I don't know if your crew needs rest and resupply.
No, we have plenty of supply. We ask that you come with us on our ship. I've been told you have a ship of your own.
I do. And will it just be myself allowed?
Upon our ship, we would prefer it just you.
Would it be acceptable for my traveling party to follow us in my vessel? I can't go into details, but my vessel needs regular attention.
Don't roll me a persuasion check. Honestly, with advantage, because he's so taken aback by the fact that you're just like, yeah, I'll come with you.
Yeah. Look, I trust the queen. It's 14 with advantage.
I would allow them to travel alongside us. I would rather it just be you upon our ship.
That's fine with me. So yeah, I don't have much in the way of affairs to tend to, and so I'll grab my things, and if you wish to be on the move this afternoon, we can.
We could wait till morning light, but we would like to depart as soon as we can.
Okay, well, that sounds like a plan. You and your retinue are more than welcome to drink and take supper here if you would like.
He looks around, and as he looks around, everyone around him does the like, staring at him. And the second he looks at them, they go, "Oh, no, I'm definitely not paying attention." He goes, "I believe it would be best if we retire to our own vessel."
Okay. Well, I tell you what. God, I keep using Willisms for Emberlin. If you don't mind me asking questions about your order, your deity, and your ship on your vessel, then we can call it from here.
He announces, "There are some limitations about what I am allowed to convey to you,
Okay.
but I will answer what I can. Some of it is just, to be honest, I do not know. I am given commands. I follow my god's orders."
I very much understand that. My beloved queen is at times vague, but always wise.
Yes. Then, and stands and says, "I will see you tomorrow."
Okay.
And kind of like looks around and slowly turns and walks out, and you just feel everyone in the bar just like untense a little bit.
Yeah, once that door closes, they leave the guild. Emlyn does the same thing, like, oh god, that was so scary. Okay, we're okay, everybody. We're okay.
And just for reference, he was like a 6'6", just ripped dragon.
Yes. Well, because the moment I realised that they could have just gone breath and hands, and we still would have had a fight up.
Yeah, the bar just exhales.
Yeah.
And the bartender just starts putting shot glasses on the bar and just going.
Yep.
People just go and grab a shot.
I am joining them on that, and then it's just after knocking one back, it's like, well, so I guess I'm taking a trip tomorrow. Who wants to drink tonight, eh?
So I think Sharsu, like your whole squad and Mina and Glassjaw kind of like huddle up, and Mina's like, so the fuck is happening there? Again, this is like intoned only so that your group can hear it. Like,
Yeah.
so the fuck is happening there?
Queen of Embers was very, very specific. She said, there are people looking for you, and when they find you, let them. And there hasn't been any strange soot-covered orphans who run up to me in the last 6 days, so I'm going to take that as a very big hint. I don't know what I'm walking into. They've given permission for you all to, as many as you want to, sorry, if you want to risk it for a biscuit, they've given us permission to follow along with the Tuthok, but they've requested that I travel on their ship. They were very surprised when I agreed. I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing, but you don't have to risk your lives for me at this point, all right?
Sharsu's like, I will be on the Tuthok, and Amber goes, I will also be on the Tuthok. Reluxus, I will also be on the Tuthok. Me and Glass are like, they exchange looks and go, we still have a war to win. We've won this victory. We need to hold this. We can't risk anyone else.
I understand. I wish I could contact our vampire friend to help you with the other fronts. I'm sure.
Oh, Amber, like, not Amber. Mina, like, chuckles and goes, oh no, trust me. He's helping. We're just following in his wake.
Well, you see him, you say thank you from me, okay? And how feckin' cool were the big skeletons? They were so cool.
Amber lowers her head and looks back up, and her eyes are black. And the voice that you know as the god of the hunt goes, trust me. We are enjoying watching them do work. It is a pleasure.
To the hunter, Emberlin's just... Would that my queen didn't need me elsewhere, it would bring me the highest of joys to watch you work.
If you were not needed elsewhere, it would be a pleasure to watch you be a conduit. But I know she has other plans for you.
Okay.
And then her eyes go back to normal, and she's kind of just like, ah. You get the sense she's not quite used to like someone else taking over her body. It's just kind of like, ah.
Okay. All right. Well, they're ready to set off pretty much in the morning, and so will we. We'll grab some supplies on Morn. So, Amber, have you ever heard of this cult of anguish? Has it crossed your tails before?
Mina looks around and goes, come with me. And like walks into one of like the back rooms.
Yeah.
You all follow. Like everyone follows. They shut the door. You all sit down. And then just like silence for like 2 minutes. Someone knocks on the door, brings just 2 bottles of whiskey and sets them on the table with a bunch of glasses, and then leaves and then locks the door behind them. She goes, all right, well, pours everyone a shot. We believe they've been around since before the flood. This is an old cult. They are powerful. Every single one of their warriors reportedly could take on 10 times. They could take on 10 to their 1.
I look over.
We only let 3 of them into the bar.
I look over at Glassjaw and I'm like, hey, remember when I wanted to let all of them on the island? Do you remember that? Do you remember that moment?
And like he's looking at Mina like, wait, what? Just like, yeah, that's why we only let 3 of them in, and we had everyone armor up. They're old, they are zealous to a point of fault. Some of them, from what we've heard, don't know what they believe. They just know someone above you says an order, you do that until you die. From what we've been able to gather, and Glass tries again, just like, what is this we? And she goes, what I've been able to gather, because I am several hundred years older than you. They're all incredibly skilled. They just blindly devote themselves. But until recently, unless you invade their territory, they do not interact with the outside world. There's a reason their common is so broken. It's because they do not interact with the outside world unless it is for what little trade they need. They are so blindly devoted to their god. They will if the leader of that 3 told the other 2 to just kill themselves, they would have. No questions asked.
God. Looking over at Seroxus, I wonder if this is from us waking the old ones. Maybe they really like that we woke up the old gods who now hang out. Looking over at Mina, maybe they think this is really cool and good, and they want to say thank you? God, I'm in so much trouble, aren't I?
I'm gonna roll something for Alexis. Alexis goes, I don't know. They seem genuine. I don't think they mean you harm, but does the Corey equivalent of a shrug?
Well,
Tell you what. He fishes down into like a satchel he's got, and he pulls out this like little like acorn.
okay.
Yes. If I may.
Of course.
And he comes over and he like tucks it into your armor and like fiddles with it until it just looks like a weird like misshapen part of your armor, probably from like battle damage. Because if need be, a Martok through me, I can activate that and encase you in a protective shell. It is wood. It's natural fiber, but it will give you a little bit of breathing room so that we can hopefully get to you.
Thank you, friend. I don't think the Queen of Embers would send me immediately to my death, but I'm real nervous.
You can die when she's done with you.
Yeah. Look, I'm not gonna say that. They don't need to know that.
Mina goes, but good luck.
Okay.
And Glassjaw reaches over and makes sure the door is like closed and locked. Yeah, you have to survive. Because you're me in the span of honor, so.
Mina!
And the 2 of them just stand up and leave. Like, as she stands up, she like winks at you and walk out.
Once again, Emblerin is letting out the Real Housewives level squee.
You do the
Right, so turning to the rest of the retinue, it's like, well, we know all we can from this. I've got my marching orders, and it fills me with joy to know whatever happens, you lot will be putting behind me. But
Amber stands up, she's like, yeah, sure, Sue. We should go get a bunch of cured meat. like so much cured meat. And he's like, yeah, we should.
Just in case. We checked in on him a couple days ago. The Toothock hasn't shown any outward signs, but I don't want to accidentally have it eating one of their lot off the deck.
Percy goes, yeah, also I'm gonna pull that chest out before it gets consumed by what the fuck is happening in the cabin.
Yeah. I tell you what, do you want to trundle that back down here? I'm sure Mina and Glassjaw will look after it. We'll need to melt it down anyway if we're going to spend it.
Yeah, no, it seems like it's actual gold, so we'll, I don't know, invest it in a 401k or a Roth IRA or something.
Yeah.
Whatever the universe version is.
Right. Friends, I see nothing else to be doing tonight rather than... whatever happens tomorrow. Tonight, let us eat, drink, and make merry. I can sail with a hangover, and so can you.
Percy, before he leaves, he like stops, turns back to you, and goes, "Tell you what, I feel like you need this more than I do, and I might appropriate some funds to get another." And hands you his little keg.
I will treasure this. And when this is all over, we can do like a keg swap. We'll find different ales and wines from the lands. We'll have like a little Queen of Embers keg night. It'll be great.
Yeah. He goes, yeah. And as he turns to leave, Amber like grabs him by the throat. Like, "Are you sure?" He goes, "He just said I could use some of the funds from the chest. I'm just gonna make him." Do you think there's stuff we can make too? He goes, "We'll find out." And they just leave.
Right. Emberlyn is going to party hardy tonight. Like, there's no, like, the Queen gave us our orders. We know what we're doing. We don't need clarification. So, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, so you party hard. You wake up, it's like 10 o'clock. And there's like a knocking on your door.
Yes!
There's some really pissed off Dragonborn looking for you at the front door.
Oh!
Please hurry up.
I will. Please apologize for me.
You get ready. You go out. There is, you recognize it's one of the guards that was there the night before. Solo, unarmed. And he looks incredibly uncomfortable with that fact.
Bleary-eyed and staggering with our, stuff all ready to go. Just like, I'm so sorry. Can I get you anything before we head off?
I would just like to leave. Also, imagine you've got like your backpack and then just a keg under one arm.
Yeah.
Just, hey, okay, I'm sorry. Do you need anything before we go? No. Please just follow me.
This trained man of the religious order has been put in charge of hungover tiefling who's apparently doing a one-person bar crawl. Great, good for him.
You start following him towards the center spire. Can you roll me a perception check?
I can, in exchange for, at some point while he looks around to survey while we're walking, somehow, without his observation, I have paid for and acquired street meats. Like he's done a double take and suddenly I'm just stuffing kebab in my face.
Alright, that's fine.
Okay.
You just, you yeet gold at somebody, and as you pass by, you grab street meat.
Yep. Like Batman, but with food. And you said perception.
Yeah.
22! And even at disadvantage, 21. Fucking what?
So he is almost entirely... Like, Dragonborn are inherently scaled, so they're protected.
Yeah.
But he already has, like, scale mail, like metal scale mail. The few scales you can see, he has etched in Draconic on almost every scale.
Oh, shit.
It's dim enough in the Golden Wake because it's a bar that you didn't notice before, but now here in the light of day, you're like, oh, this dude's got almost like the Dragonborn version of religious scarring on
his...
every scale.
Fucking hell. Like his scale, not the armor.
Yes.
Fuck.
And also the armor.
Fuck! That is a totally normal thing for someone to do. We're not in any danger at all. Yep. Who wore it better? Hex, the god of change, or these guys?
I mean, his don't change color. He doesn't have the RGB.
Yeah. Hex got that real style. I kind of imagine Hex as being almost like, you know, like the bioluminescence of fish. Like, underneath the scales, he can change color while he's shifting.
Oh no, Hex now just changes, like, gold, silver, platinum, blonde, copper. Like, he just shifts through them. It just kind of changes.
Okay.
It's the same with the chameleon color cars, if you've ever seen those, the chameleon colors.
Oh, yeah.
Where as it drives past you, it just changes colors. Hex does that now, but just passively.
That's fucking cool. But yeah, we follow without incident, you know.
You go up to their ship. It is a huge ship. Like, it is a proper, massive, like, galleon. They welcome you aboard. They take you. They give you a room. They give you a tour briefly. They're like, here's where the galley is. Here's where you shit. Here's your room. They say there are certain times that you restricted your room. Other than that, free reign.
Lovely.
And specifically, it is an hour before sunup, an hour after sunup, an hour before sundown, and an hour after sundown.
Okay.
During actual sunup and sundown, there's an hour that you're allowed to be there. But you have to choose before and after.
Okay. I'm assuming it's something to do with either the worship practice or otherwise. And, you know, we're not here to piss them off. Well, not yet, anyway.
So yeah, you take off. You start heading north, like due north.
Okay. So roughly towards, like, at least the edge of the edge of the Red Isles.
You're heading,
in theory.
You were heading here. Oh, I'm on the wrong. I'm on the wrong layer. Hold on. Anyway, you were heading roughly towards the candle on the map.
Okay. Big candle.
Big candle. Where is it? Oh, it's down here now.
We are
Please,
leaving here.
Roll 20 moved where things are.
They love to do that. It's so fun when they do that.
You're heading there-ish.
Okay.
And they tell you it's going to be like weeks.
Okay.
They crank their engines. Again, they have a giant ship, the same 3 crystal configuration, but they're huge. And they start going, and you look back behind you, and the epoch is just like keeping up like it's nothing. Sorry, the toothpock is keeping up like it's nothing. Like, this is half the toothpock's speed.
Okay. Oh, was it blue crystals for this one? Like the classic?
The ones on the side are blue, the one on the back is green.
Okay. So we've still got our special red. Nice.
Yeah, Roll 20 is not the sponsor of this episode.
Okay. Like, what to do, really? I mean, popping our stuff in our little cabin, pottering around. I mean, really, until we can kind of talk to the Admiral and any folks. And we could try and natter with some of the people on board, sit and test out.
You also, like, the Admiral hands you a key and is like, this is the only key to your room. Like,
okay.
we appreciate that you came with us freely. this is the only key to your room, and he swears up and down, if you would like to roll insight on that, but he's like, this is the only key to your room. You're the only one that has access to your room.
You know what? I'm not going to roll it because I know what will happen. I'll roll a fucking nat 20. I believe him. Yeah, I'm on to you, roll 20. I know what you're doing.
So yeah, it's going to take like a week or two for you to get where you're going.
Okay.
Would you like to do anything in the meantime?
Um.
And also, should we use this as a quick bio break?
Yes. I just have to just consume an inordinate amount of tea. Now, what I'm thinking, friends, is we should learn one. If aside from the don't be out and about during the certain hours, if there are any other faux pas we should avoid doing because of they're god, and I think for ease of nonsense, I think requesting that we get to have like a either a sit down dinner chat or what have you with the Admiral, so we can ask him a couple of questions direct.
So,
but
I'm gonna pee. Y'all
Yeah.
discuss what you want to do in the meantime.
like we could also do some exploration. Sorry, by exploration we could do like some investigation to see if there's like a hidden villainy section on the ship. But again, we came here of our own volition. The Queen was real specific. If they do have a secret underground torture basement, we're not going to jump off the back. Queen was real specific. You know what I mean? Well, so Moose, you're right, but the Admiral is the highest rank on the ship, so far as I understand, and he's not allowed to say it. But I think dinner with him is, reasonable. It does feel like if we're heading deep north, then we are heading towards, dragon territory. And maybe they don't worship a god per se. Well, okay, what if their deity is the Dragon of the North? And Wraith, I'm kind of thinking the same thing. We don't need to snoop because, again, they could have a fucking baby grinder in the basement and we've still got to stick with this. And you know what? Shout out to Emberlyn for continuously being not what anyone expects. If it's not an existential crisis, it's directly agreeing with a guy who... He was probably prepared to have to, capture us and fight his way out with, 2 guys. And we're like, yeah, cool. We're just going to get shithoused tonight, but yeah, we'll come with you tomorrow. Let's fucking go. Okay. So if you'll want to inform Baron as to what we want to do, then I'm going to pee now and get some water. Hydrate or die straight, good friends. Oh. I know, babies. I know.
Or once I actually took my headphones off. Drink water. Sorry. So the cat that does not exist is currently curled up on the burrito blanket in just the I am become cozy. And it's so cute. She doesn't care about anything else. She has just become cozy. Great. Rock the boat. Hey! Metaphone.
Yeah, I'm jazzing myself up with the mirror. It's happening.
God, I hope you all heard that.
Okay.
Oh, it's got a
Bear
dog.
with me 2 extra seconds, friends.
She has become
Let's
just
these
like
cute
the
patooties bully me. Yeah, that's right. You little cute bullies.
It's not like I'm trying to do my job so I can feed you. No. It's all I'm worth to you. A dispenser of treaties.
Actually, tell while I'm tapping my water off.
Alright, there you go, babies.
Okay. Dorcas, it's me! Somehow, despite being in full colour compared to Baron's black and white, I am somehow paler. Oh, okay.
Alright, sorry, I was tapping my water off.
No, it's all good. So I think we came to a general consensus that we're not going to be poking around the ship. We're going to request like a kind of like a dinner and hang with the Admiral, just so we can have a chat with him. But aside from that, we're going to be bizarrely well behaved for this journey.
Okay. Yeah, like you requested dinner. The person that stands guard outside of your room is like, okay. You're granted a dinner. At some point, you were told, here is the time and date. Like, be ready by this time. We'll bring you to the Admiral's quarters.
Okay.
You are brought out. You were like, dress yourself up as best as you can. Or
Yeah.
the limited. You don't have a ton of clothing, but yeah. But you get brought out onto the deck, and you notice there is now not just the ship you're on, and like a couple other ships. There's a fleet.
Oh shit! So I take it like the Epoch's still puttering behind, but the fleet has come on in. Sorry, the Toothok.
Yeah, the Epoch is like in the middle, like, and at some point has positioned himself so they can see you, and you see Amber and Sharsu and Server Lexus kind of giving the like, the fuck?
They brought a whole fleet just for little old me. But we'll put that to the Admiral in a second.
At this point, Sharsu and Amber have like put on coats. For Lexus, feel pretty cool.
Okay. I mean, I've got my little toasty... I've got my built-in heater, so I'm fine.
Yeah. You get brought into like the Admiral's chambers.
Yeah.
And there is a table that is lavish.
Ooh.
It is well lit. There's a chandelier with candles and lamps. There is a bunch of food. Like, clearly they went all out for this.
Yes, we are eating good tonight.
The Admiral stands and says, welcome. I appreciate you wanting to dine with me. Please have a seat.
Ah, of course, Admiral, and thank you for taking my request. I'd be lying if I said I didn't have 1,000 questions, but I'll try not to bore you over dinner.
Yes. I am sure you do, but please appreciate that there's only so much I'm allowed.
Of course, of course. Well, actually, and just kind of sitting myself and like scooching the chair in, I guess that brings me to my first point. I know nothing about your customs as a whole. I know you said that your revered one is never referred to by name, but are there any other customs or faux pas that I should absolutely avoid?
He sits back and genuinely, like, has a... not quite existential crisis, but, oh, I've never thought about how someone that's not raised in this would view us. Moment.
Yeah.
Like, we are raised very... what is the common... militantly? We have strict roles. We are told things, we do them. Our end-all, be-all devotion is to God. She says jump, we jump. If she says off a cliff, it's off a cliff. Everyone is evaluated and then assigned a role. I was leader. Some are fighters, some are smiths, some are craftsmen, some are deckhand. It is... what do they call it? And he says just like some other person, and they say, I believe it's caste system. Yes, the caste system. We are born into castes. Our family are a role. We fulfill a role for our God.
Fascinating, fascinating.
Much like my understanding is that you
Yes,
fulfill a
but
thing for your God.
I'm not the only one of my sort, but we are less a caste, more chosen. It's a long story if you have time.
I mean, we are also chosen for our role just via our bloodline.
I hadn't pondered it like that. The other thing I have to ask, and if this comes across as rude, I please don't mean it, but were you expecting more, how to phrase this, resistance from myself? I noticed the fleet, and I understand perhaps stories of my exploits may have reached you, but I'm not that scary, am I?
So, be gone. And then nobody moves, and then says something in Draconic, and then most of the people in the room leave. Like there was the walls were lined with people ready to serve and or murder you. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yes.
The servers and bodyguards look very similar.
Yeah, everyone on the ship is ripped. Yes. We had previously experienced resistance trying to find you. We had contacted the Golden
Wake?
Golden Wake, thank you. I'm sorry, my common is... And they were very resistant about telling us anything.
I don't think that is anything against your good selves. The conflict they're embroiled in, combined with my chaotic traveling patterns, probably meant that they either couldn't tell you or were worried it would somehow be related to the gold, the emerald shield and all of that nonsense.
That makes sense. But we experienced significant pushback about any information about you. The fact we were to find you, and now that we have found you and that you have been very willing to just acquiesce to our requests is a little jarring.
I think if anyone can understand it is yourselves. As you said, if your god says jump off a cliff, then it's cliff jumping a clock. My god said go with them. So now we get to have a lovely dinner in this, frankly, ginormous ship of yours.
That does make sense. Do you? And he lowers his voice and leans in. Between the two of us, do you know why now your god has said lean in to our requests? Because before this, it has been hell to find you.
I couldn't tell you. I was trapped in Delpha's maze for half a year. We've been...
I'm sorry. Delpha?
The trickster.
Oh no, I'm aware. Sorry, you were trapped in Delpha's maze.
Yes. Apparently I was causing too much trouble. I had a slap fight with an orc. I was chased. Okay, I wasn't chased by a goose. I ran. But if it had chased me, I would have run.
He just leans back in his chair and just stares at you.
Yes. We met the god of the hunt, who ended up coming with us. We've been across the Isles. I believe our involvement with waking the old gods. That was my god's task for me for the last... God, for as long as I've been here, really.
He leans back in and says, I'm sorry, you're saying things like they are Norpolians. Old gods, new gods, what?
Dear Admiral, I will be completely frank with you. I have been a thing that has existed for, my God, barely 2 years. 9 months calendar. 9 months to me, a year, nearly 2 years calendar. It has been a whirlwind. And I found that the way to cope with this is to discuss them with a casual parlance. My respect and revelry of the gods is notwithstanding, but we've seen things that would reshape history almost every other week. And I guess the tiefling mind can only process so much. The Queen of Embers has had me working very hard.
I have so many questions, I don't know how to ask them.
Well, Admiral, and I raise a glass of whatever is on the table. Hopefully it's not water, but we are not short on hours. Because I figure in terms of like telling him tales of the gods, we can hand wavy him that a little bit, because, you know, I could do a 2.5 hour rendition of the tale of Emberlyn Burns right now for him, but you all have already been on this story. He's the new one.
So he goes, so you... Sorry, give me a moment. Let me collect my thoughts so I can ask you.
If it makes you feel any better, Admiral, you're handling this a lot better than most people who hear my tale.
Let me... Let me ask you questions that will be helpful to me. And then he just starts screaming in pain.
Evelyn still kind of
Like buckles over, falls down out of his chair, screaming in pain.
I take it back. This is actually this is not handling it well at all. Okay. I didn't do this! Evelyn's kind of like putting their hands up in the air. I didn't do this!
Can you roll another perception check for me? Should be about 20.
6 this time.
After a moment, he stops and then, like, hoists himself and goes, sorry. My God does not want me to pursue that line of questioning.
I apologize.
So I will not. No. It is not your fault. I overstepped my bounds. This food is a traditional thing that we have within our religion. I understand it is not everyone's cup of tea, but I invite you to try it. And it's like pickled fish.
You know what? I'll give it a roll.
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, please don't vomit on the Admiral. Clank, getting the same vibe. Constitution. Oh, it's Constitution saving. I always get it because it's saving is the chunky ones down the side. And, yeah. 20! A dirty 20, but still a 20.
Honestly, it's not bad.
Pickled herring, let's go!
It's some kind of pickled, I don't know, seafood. It's not bad. You don't hate it.
I don't hate
it. But it's like salted, preserved, some kind of fish. Honestly, it might be Leviathan. And some part of you goes, oh, that's okay, that's... no, I've been attacked by one of these.
Yep. The idea that the smell just reminds us of the Leviathan fight with the fire and the explosions and... I like that.
After a while, you eat with each other. And the hammer goes... Everyone out. And everyone leaves. Goes... Between you and me. And you don't need to tell me this. This is simply... to satisfy my own curiosity. Who are you? Or who do you think you are? Because I have never been sent this far out of our region and been given this much power to fight a single person.
Admiral, I have been racking my brains for days trying to remember, recall, understand anything. But the first thing I remember is waking to in front of my god. And, well, the rest I've regaled. I couldn't tell you in the slightest. I don't know anyone who's heard of me. From before. I don't know if I even was before. I could have been I could very well be a construct made forth by my god, or a bunch of leftover tiefling pieces bolted together. Who knows? I've tried not to let it command my thoughts too much, lest it be all I think about.
It goes. Well, we are about a day out, so I suppose we will find out then.
Indeed. And hey, you were sent out expecting the fight of a lifetime, and you got dinner with a new friend. I'd call that a win.
If nothing else, this has been pleasant. Grabs his glass and raises. Cheers, friend.
Cheers.
Thank God I tend to tiefling.
The Born Identity tiefling is very good. Damn it.
So yeah, you make your way back to your room. The next morning, you hear someone say "land ho."
And without even stopping to put on, like, armor and rearm, I'm rushing out to go see. Okay, it isn't during the fucking scary hours, is it?
No, it is like you open the door and the person standing guard lets you go the fuck out.
Yeah.
You go out and you realize, hey, it's cold as shit.
Probably should have put clothes on. More clothes on. Not naked.
Oh,
Not
God.
naked.
Oh, it's so cold. Never mind. You run back into your room. You throw on. They've actually given you like furs to bundle up in.
I reluctantly take the furs. This feels like admitting defeat, but I'm gonna put it on with a slight hint of grumpiness.
So you put on the furs, and you come back out on deck, and no one else is wearing furs. They're all shivering. And then after like 30, 40 minutes, you realize, oh God, it's so hot. Oh my God. And you like rip the jacket.
Okay.
You go, oh, okay, no, fuck this. It's so hot.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. It is so hot.
Well, that's alright. We're tieflings. We're a tiefling. We're made for this. So,
You rip it off. Honestly, now you're just like, no, this is great.
this is nice. I could live with this.
It's warm. It's humid. That's
Okay.
great.
If we head to
pull in.
the edge, can we see anything?
There is. The ground is pulsing with heat.
Oh wow.
There are borderline like Hawaii style, like there's just molten lava exuding past you, behind you.
So we're heading up to like a big land mass, and it's got the whole shebang going.
There's just molten lava going past underneath you, and it's just so fucking warm.
Okay.
The Admiral just is like, this is normal. At some point, you're probably towards the bow of the ship, and the Admiral comes up towards you and goes, are you ready to face the unknown?
Ah, dear Admiral. For me, it's a Tuesday. Yes, that means yes. Sorry, that means very yes.
He grabs your arm and goes, and he looks around. I have been told things that I should not know. I wish you luck. And slaps you on the shoulder. And then turns and walks away.
I thought he was going to throw us over the fucking edge there. I thought he was going to yeet us off the side of the boat.
So, sorry, I'm trying to find a good audio for this. You are docking the toothpock docks alongside you.
Okay,
You are effectively at the North Pole.
Fucking yo.
It is hot as fuck. Like, the ground is borderline molten lava.
Am I within shouting distance of the epoch?
You step off the ship you were on, and you look over, and the people from the epoch are about 100 yards away.
Okay.
Like, you can probably gesture to them, but not communicate.
Okay. So, I'm sure they're watching, so I just give them a big wave to let them know I'm alright. And then, I don't know, follow the path, I guess. Do I have am I being ushered anywhere?
Yeah, they're like, please follow me. The Admiral is like, this way, please. You are walking down a long corridor. The Admiral, about halfway down, stops. And turns and says, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what's going on. But I know you were important. And I hope you are important to the way that I think you are. And then just gestures and lets you walk on.
I offer to shake his hand, but I'm not going to say anything else. I'm just going to nod, give him a firm handshake. And then walk into whatever we're walking into.
He shakes your hand. A couple of guards are still accompanying you. Not him. He, if you look over your shoulder, he stops, takes a deep breath, and then turns and walks away. But you have a couple of guards.
Okay, we're good. We're good. We're fine. Follow the guards.
So it is you, a couple guards. It is Amber, Shrasu, Sir Alexis, and then a couple of more guards.
Oh, so they've been ushered in behind us, but there's guards between us and them.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to risk it for a biscuit to be like, hey, guess what I found out? But we'll continue the procession. I'm so nervous.
You keep walking, and walking, and walking. And after a while, the tunnel you're in kind of slowly disappears because it's too far out for you to see, and there's no light.
Okay.
And after a while, one of the guards stops. And looks out into the void. Says, clearly nervous. Takes a couple steps forwards and says, I present to you Emberlyn Burns, herald of the Queen of Embers, keeper of the first flame.
Wait!
And then steps aside.
God, I hope it wasn't the coal we gave to the village, otherwise we'll be in real trouble. Emberlin confidently, fighting down every chance to freak the fuck out, steps forward and gives the usual grinning, smiling bow to this big, empty, cavernous void. Whisper, not now!
You step forward and give this giant bow. And before you, there is blackness. After a time, the blackness shifts. The largest thing you have ever seen moves. Like, you've seen gods that were 100 stories tall. This thing is 200-300 stories tall. Move, and you see an eye that is at least itself 100 stories tall, open and look at you. And the lights come up a little bit. And you realize it is a massive dragon. And it looks at you. And it stops. And then you have to brace yourself because it takes a deep sniff. Just. And it looks down at you. And then it moves forward and it clearly casts polymorph, and it goes from this thing that is 100 stories tall down to 8-9 feet tall in front of you. It is femme. It is gorgeous, but it still has some scales. It still has this aura of I could blink and delete you from the mortal plane. And it steps towards you. 2-3 feet taller than you, easily. She is gorgeous. She still has scales on her face. She is garbed in black and red and gold. And she steps towards you and takes you in.
Like a big old hug?
And she smiles and says, "Hello, son."
What?
And that's where we're gonna end the 7.
I knew you were gonna do
Yay!
that! Fuck! Oh, my life! Okay, yeah, shout out to Lyris, Dorchus, Wraith. Just called it. Keeper of the First Flame. Oh, my life! Oh. I thought we were about to get yeeters to lead us. I really did.
Wait, I missed something.
Quick, no, go back! Holy fuck!
You had a massive dragon approach you and said, "Hello, son."
I do want to, who was it that, someone's first reaction to that was just to go, "Mommy? Well, apparently you're righter than you thought, you thirsty bastards." I'm there freaking out that we're about to get turned into like an Emberlin-shaped toothpick. And I quote, because if we think about this canonically, these are all the different parts of Emberlin's mind. We had Vor Arc confirmed. We had Save It for the fan fiction. Godflation. Is it too late to convert? And then hot and sus. Fucking terrors. So yeah, I think it's shout out to Dorcas who called it at the beginning today. Like,
For the record, Dorcas called it like 9 months ago.
yo. So Dorcas is saying one of them killing Idrith allowed her to become the Queen of Embers. So as a thank you, she dragged our soul back out of Joffa's realm. That makes fucking sense. That makes sense.
I will neither confirm nor deny. But
Yeah, it ain't over till it's over, but... Okay. I understand we're no longer sponsored by Roll20, and we have no hatred of Roll20, but if you look at my rolls, like, a nat 20 several hours ago would have changed this whole trajectory. We should have brought presents. Oh my word. Well, as Solaris, I guess I always considered the dragons to be like primeval forces, right? You know, one at the top, one at the bottom. Or was one at the top and the other one was dead, I think was the deal. That's where the skull of the Red Isles comes from.
nope, the Skull of the Red Isles was theoretically presumed to be the skull of their child.
Oh, so what the fuck is the Red Isles? Because that's not me. Or that might be bits of Emberlyn. You know what? I'm glad you threw this in at the end, because then I can later on like lie in the bath and stare at the fucking ceiling.
Yep. It's my job as a DM. I make people go, eh.
God, that's fucking cool.
Anyway,
Yes.
as chat just goes, eh.
I'm right there with him. I'm right there with him. Yeah. Do you wanna throw us on some play us on out tunes? Because we've got our I guess we've still had end of session to do.
Sorry. Some part of me wanted to have that be no music just to amp up the, eh.
Oh no, that ending was fucking perfect. I don't really think of that for a while. And yeah, Wraith, we did hit a goal. We still got to go through the check shape, but yeah, we did it. We know who we are.
Some session stuff.
Yeah, you know what, Dorchis, I should have put that together. Because I was thinking that we were something to do with the lower lords for a while, and I thought Tainlu was going to be our, like, you know, battle against the forces that we used to be, or something along those lines. And when Tainlu turned out to be, like, admittedly not the happiest village, but, like, actually a village of cool, chill people who are awesome, I didn't even put two and two together after that point. Because, like, that was my big guess.
So, end of session.
Yes! Okay. Did we learn something new or important about the world or setting?
Yes!
I
I'm just
think
gonna
that's a
say
big
yes.
Okay, did we overcome a notable obstacle? What do you all think? Because we didn't, like, face down a beast or, you know... We overcame not having a heart. That's a good point. We overcame getting fucking killed.
Eh. I'll give you that one.
Did we
Did
gain
you gain anything? I think.
an ally, magical item, noble wealth? Well, do you count the Tuthok as a gain? We.
Do you think it counts? Chat.
We gained a mum.
Game equals mom. You know what? Fine.
That's the real
Fair
season
too.
3. It's just a slice of
follow-
life. Oh.
Your personality traits.
Okay, and those are kind to the kind. You know what? We spent a large proportion of our time in Tyne-Lu fucking helping people. We weren't a dick.
Honestly, yeah. Did you adhere to your ideal?
Loyal to the Queen of Embers. I'm gonna go ahead and say yes because she said
Yeah.
go with the scary armada, and we did it. We didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't blink.
Did you fulfill your bond?
Smiles blazing. I think we
Yeah,
did that one very
honestly.
well.
Did you act on your flaw?
No. We
Yeah.
did not get any revenge or any. Yeah, we didn't bust out any revenge or any nonsense like that.
Did you achieve a goal?
Yeah, we did. We
Which
found
one?
out who we are.
Yeah. Stack is a null, so 700 XP.
Okay. Good at maths. So that'd be 1420.
I think you're two to level up, which we can do, but I mean, whatever. Yeah. There you go.
Job's a good one. Holy shit!
Next session, we will join in with you facing your mother.
Oh boy. It's not a memnol if you're not dealing with some shit. Oh my word. Oh my word. What a fucking night. What a fucking night. I just-
Game starts with Emberlyn 404. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, Emberlyn gets to spend the first 20 minutes of next session just making like dial-up modem noises. Oh my word. Okay. You know what, friends? As the people I would have thrown you at are either playing stuff I don't want to spoil or bringing their adventures to a close. Wherever you decide to head after this, once I roll credits, yeah, I hope you go get to spread some love across twitch.television. Oedipus Mech, now that's season 1, yeah. Holy fuck. So look, I'm gonna roll credits and say thank yous, just because I don't know what else to do. But holy shit. Holy shit. Friends, we do have a spoiler thread for Memnol, if you want to talk about this on Discord after. I'm going to need to digest it for at least a few hours before I'm ready to banter. Tonight was a blast, and yeah.
We didn't choose his flaws. It was a flawless victory.
That's how I choose to interpret it. Flawless victory. But also, we didn't set anyone on fire who wasn't supposed to be on fire. You know, we burnt the skeletons, and Tyne-Lu now has a burnt black skeleton army, which is fucking cool. Spoiler thread has been active during the thread. Ah, okay, so that's how y'all were scheming. So before I push the credits button, so Baron, you're saying like we've got maybe 1, maybe 2 sessions left.
I think we have one more.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
Maybe 2.
I'm going to try and organize it so that the next session will be before GDC.
I think I hope. We can wrap it in one more, because then both seasons will be the same length. We'll see.
It's so weird that the Memnolls have spanned like every part of the Longship history, from Ket's bedroom to this space.
Yeah.
Once again, shout out to Lucifer, who had to deal with the background noise of GameWorks.
Yeah.
Oh. Right, I'm going to push the credits button because Baron and I both need to go and disassociate for like at least an hour. And indeed, Wrath, hail Satan. But the fact that Memnoll has been going this long, the fact that I get to sit down in front of you all, is because you lot are incredibly fucking generous and you keep me alive. So by the powers of Baron von Sheepington III and you lot throwing actual cash money at my dumb face, thank you, you know. To Soul Splitter John, Graz, Kyle, and Zoomzang, thank you for celebrating massive long sub sprees, you beautiful Mother Hubbards. To AR, holy shit, I still haven't processed how big that donation was, and thank you. And on top of that, Ehrman, J-Post, Lyris, Akira Zero, Bacon Avenger, Bookworm, and the Mental Monk threw in a fuck ton of bits. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you once again to the whole moderation team, not just Caffeine, but Moose, Nova, and Tal, you lovely, lovely Mother Hubbards. Yes, alright. Sneaking it in there. And yeah, friends, like I said, there's no Memnow without Baron von Sheepington. And to the League of Shadow DMs, I won't say I see you. I actually don't physically see you, you terrors. Yeah. Alright. That's it from us. Baron, is there anything you want to throw in before I throw these lovely Mother Hubbards to the wind?
I'm just here to terrorize everyone involved. So.
Mission accomplished. Alright, friends.
Hello, son.
Right. Whatever you do with the rest of your weekend, I hope it is fucking splendid. Keep an eye on the Discord as always. Who knows what'll happen? And yeah, rest well, eat well, dear friends, because next week we are the ones who hunt monsters. Right, that's it from us. Have a wonderful rest of your evening, friends, and good night.